Okay, I'm going in.
He's just doing everything that he has been doing.
Yep, we're all good. We're all in. We're all in. It's cool. Everything's cool.
Yeah.
We're all cool here.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Jawohl.
Mayhap.
Na, 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 na,
Will he
na,
give
na,
kiss?
na, na.
No.
This could be loud. Let me turn the sound
Willie
effect
give
off.
kiss, not Whitler give kiss.
Willy Billy, Willy Billy Bill.
Willie
We're about to go on stage. I gotta get in character. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
If I whoop your belly.
I'll fucking beat you.
If I whoop your belly.
I will beat you with the buckle of my belt.
Mm-hmm.
Just like my dad.
Mm-hmm.
I'll beat you worse.
All right, there
Oh,
we
I
go.
can
We
beat
have
you
that.
worse than
We
my
have that
dad.
initial load that's always a little harder. All right, so we're playing Realism Invictus. If you can't read right there, so as it says it right there. We have not consistently played this on stream. It's just, you know, every now and then we put it on stream. We play it a lot off stream. So, you know, if you were to go back and watch the previous times we've done this, there are some gaps.
We probably put in like 10 hours a week into this game at minimum.
Yeah. We are approaching the 1920s, but technologically we are probably 1932-ish. And things have been getting a little spicy lately. So, there you go.
They don't have to be.
The Cold War has gotten hot.
It has not gotten
Have to
hot.
be
There's not been
nice,
any
brother.
shooting.
No one shot anybody, so it is in fact still cold.
Who knows? Maybe everything will be okay.
Maybe everything will play out in
Who
the
knows?
end.
Maybe.
Alright. Next
I
turn,
know, I
I'm
don't
doing
fucking know.
a witty little bit of fucking deficit spending so that I can get Armored Warfare next turn. And then I will have the World War II tanks.
I can't wait.
Is there anything I should be aware of? So five turns. Lashit will get a guy. Can't wait for that. You should make an armament industry. Any of these high industry cities I have that do not have an armament industry just should have that. You have loads of stuff. Why are you on wealth? Must have accidentally clicked that at some point.
Was forgotten.
I don't tend to do that, so that says to me that I probably accidentally clicked it and then it fell through the cracks. Because I don't do the big queue and then put them on wealth and then forget them forever. I'm constantly auditing the cities, so that must have been an accident. Must have clicked that and then I'm assuming that was recently too. Olunda. Stelianos.
I am Stelianos Georgopoulos.
Uh-huh.
That you are.
You have your 19-letter long goddamn title, and then with your fucking 30 goddamn letter long name. It looks like you're describing.
Letters.
It would just be saying your title and your name, but to someone looking at it, it looks like they're describing like an entire institution.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Maybe your people are wrong, you know?
You don't matter with your words.
Listen, the Germans don't have nothing to say when it comes to long word scheme, okay? Let's not pretend. At least the Greeks have the decency to put spaces in their words, okay?
Our words are phrases, and that's fine. English people just hyphenate them. We just say it.
Like machines.
Fucking Newcastle upon Thames upon time or whatever.
Ew. I don't like that either.
The city of once upon a time.
I don't like that either. My God, we're gonna have music. The music's gonna change soon when we get to the modern era. The music's going to be different. I can't wait. We'll have the incredibly ominous modern music. They'll start.
Oopie.
Because the Civ games always have really ominous, spooky, modern era music for some reason. As if you've done something
I
wrong.
like Civ 5's music.
Yeah, Civ 5 has one of the best soundtracks ever.
In gaming, in my opinion.
It's like, it's great. I love its soundtrack. It's like,
It is good for you.
It's
good for you.
background soundtrack, it's Civ themes.
It is historical themes of certain countries, but then they've done a tweak to them.
They've
And
done
it's
things
like,
to
oh my
them.
God.
You hear America the Beautiful, it's like, this does not at all.
This is
You-
not the I remember
You hear the
it.
Germans, it's like, this is Ode to Joy, don't you know? It's like, bomb, bomb. It's like, are you
I
sure?
love that they have a war and a peace version. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy that.
Fucking heavy arty.
I have a lot of complaints about Civ 5, and the music is not one of them.
Arty. Blammo. Make more.
Dry dock would be good. Because
What?
dry dock would be good. You can't make any modern ships
Where
without a dry
I'm
dock.
trying to look for it. Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for. I'm like, where? I couldn't make a dreadnought, so I'm like,
Tyler, that noise you did,
Mhm.
I want you to never do that again.
The brain smoothing sound. That's whenever
The
you,
white
you
noise.
take it looks like the old school hair dryers, and you put it down that plays that noise and it makes your brain smooth.
I did feel like my brain was being smoothed
You
out.
start drooling and you slump over. So it's like a Soviet punishment.
I didn't mean it. It's okay, Sammy. I didn't mean it. I didn't
That's a
mean
lie.
nothing.
That's a lie. Don't you talk like that to me.
It was for dramatic effect.
There's so many times where Tyler puts his hands behind his back and he like kicks his foot out. It's like, I didn't mean it. You know?
I didn't mean nothing by it.
Little
Just
guy.
a little
Balenciaga.
guy.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Just a guy who's little, couldn't possibly harm a fly.
Mm-hmm.
I am but we.
If there's the pilot from Sammy across the solo flight across the North Pole.
Congratulations, Samuel.
The city of Sammy.
It makes me think of Samuel.
There's your great artist. He was going to make the trip across the Atlantic, I believe.
Yeah.
The dread, dark
Get in the
Atlantic.
boat.
Τι χρειάζεστε? Πείτε μου, τι να
Equally
κάνω.
Isiste. Wonder what that means.
Umlaut.
Umlaut.
Umlaut. If you want to see some real umlauts, you gotta go Finnish, though.
The Finnish language is a horrifying thing.
It's terrifying.
Mhm.
I don't.
May it be
I don't-
forgotten.
It scares me.
You take the Scandinavian craziness and you take the Russian craziness and you fucking throw it together and mush it up.
Mm-hmm.
Take the craziness of both their peoples as well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was only in my name that you could see a K and a J next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Don't worry about it. You're gonna fucking say it. Don't you do it.
Oh.
Bad.
Don't you do it.
Hello, Germans.
I imagine there is only silence when
Mhm.
when the Germans receive communication.
Or maybe the Germans will
Wowie.
go on the radio signals and they'll start howling like animals. They'll go "Hoo!" when the submarines arrive.
No, not them.
Mm-hmm.
They were crazy.
That could be our Germans we have here. They could be like that. They could be high on methamphetamine and they fucking just are wild.
But
Why
you never
next
know
you
because
would?
we all wear gas masks.
They could be stoic. They could be stoic Teutonic Germans, or they could be the woo, like fucking Fallout Raiders, but like in nice uniforms, but dressed in Hugo Boss.
No. Tell them to leave. and never
They're
awaken.
slowly becoming the Hellgast. So we have already given them the helmets and the gas masks, but they are not genetically modified superhumans yet.
Mm-hmm. We would need next war for that.
Mhm.
I think I read on ModDB about Realism Invictus. They had a post at one point in time where they were saying it's like they have no interest in doing any future stuff in this, like when it comes to like things that would be futuristic. Because they said the purpose of this mod is to try to make a game that is good as possible at simulating real life, is their objective with it.
They say, do you know what the title of this is?
Yeah, so they don't want to hypothesize about future things. They just want to have what actually is. Or was.
Or is to come.
They don't want the is to
Amen.
come. They don't want that.
Well,
We don't
yeah,
know.
They don't.
Maybe in 1,000 years, the most common fighter in the world will be a yak. Who knows?
They don't wanna speculate. So
Well,
they,
I mean, I think Tyler meant like they update as new things happen.
Like I was
Well,
saying, this mod came out in like 2005, 2006, and they have F-22 fighters in this. Those did not exist. The entire, I think that's fascinating on here. The entire last class of like fighter planes and bombers on here and stuff like that, they did not exist when this scenario came out. They added retroactively like a new class of planes, like the Reaper drones and the F-22 Raptors and all that shit. They added that whole thing in retroactively because like, okay, our concept of modern warfare has changed since this game came out. We have to adjust that accordingly. And I find that fascinating. That this is old enough
Look at all
that
those
they've had
troops
to
there.
make themselves modern.
Look at all these pigeons.
We have enough pigeons now that when you zoom in, all you hear is the droning of them flying around.
Look at all these chickens.
The airports are getting full.
Yep, so I'm landing them in forts with airstrips on them.
I believe the forts have a capacity of 4. I believe. I don't think you can't see them like you can with the cities. Damn it. I'm pretty sure they I'm pretty sure they have a capacity of 4. By the way, forts give a interception bonus. I do not know if that means if a fighter was to be based in a fort, if it would have an interception bonus or not. But I do know that
I would say that they would act like airfields in that.
I have no idea.
Probably would.
I know that if you have AA guns in them,
You'd say, hope it does. Yeah.
I think it's like a 20% interception increase. So if you had AA guns inside a fort, it's actually very noticeable. You can create anti-aircraft hardpoints using that kind of mechanic. Start building forts next to your key cities and just like put fucking AA in them to cover the city with AA fire. Because the AA guns are fairly short range.
Stuff I've been thinking about.
Περιμένω οδηγίες.
We're getting close to the era in which we no longer have front lines. We have battle spaces. We start using modern terminology. By the way, Greek, don't forget, you have a whole bunch of outdated boats in fucking Polynesia. You could fucking summon those to Mexico and fucking modernize them. Further west.
Who the hell are
Right
they?
over there. Those.
Hello!
That's like two dreadnoughts and a fucking cruiser right there. If
Hello,
you modernize
Nazi!
them. Well, can't go that way.
Can't go this way.
The Germans say, nuh-uh.
I mean, you could.
We're going to send these troops home.
If you had the balls.
That would be a war.
What is this?
You have
What are
another
you
one there,
doing?
that'd be another cruiser. So
Why
if
are you a
can
monster?
link that with your Pacific Fleet and modernize them, that'd be a substantial force.
It would, most likely.
You just asked
I
the
got my-
literal Nazi. Why come on?
You point at the people
What
with
is wrong with
swastika
you?
symbols. Like, what is
You
wrong
just
with
say,
you? What is
What
wrong
the
with
hell
you,
is your
bastard?
problem? You freak.
We just point to the We just point to the labor camps right outside the city.
That does not answer the question. Use words, you
No,
Cypriot.
That answered the question exactly.
I-
As you should.
Just like it seems like such a Greek thing to do, where it's like the Nazis announce that they're invading, and the Greek response is like, "What is wrong with you? You absolute villain!"
Demon of song.
I was
many
talking.
planes,
I
so
was
little
talking about
time.
Metaxas to Tyler at one point,
I am
and
he.
that thing that I was posting before in the Invictus chat, I based it off of Metaxas. In real life, the legend is, the lore is that the Italian ambassador before the invasion came before Metaxas and like read out for like 3 whole minutes like all of Mussolini's demands, and Metaxas sat there and listened to him and all that and didn't interrupt or anything, and then after all of them were read out, he just said no, and then that was it. Didn't elaborate. He said no, and then that was the meeting. And then no became like a rallying cry for the Greeks. They had a no day that they started that became like a big recruitment thing. Yeah,
We love no
How
day.
just
How very laconic of them.
just one word. It's like no, no. Didn't go further than that. Didn't explain why or anything. Just no.
Hello, Germany. We have rammed our ships ashore to let you see our ships.
We have crashed into Cuba.
Okay.
There is oil everywhere now.
Oy vey.
That was always allowed, I guess.
It's actually in a territory we own.
I know. That's why I say it was always allowed. So go right ahead.
Yes. Ha ha ha. We are friends.
Cuba will make a guy in 11 turns.
We are friends.
And then in 5 turns, the Mongols will get dreadnoughts. And then I think about 15 turns from now or so, I will discover battleships and battle cruisers and submarines, like proper submarines. I think I'm gonna start entering the World War II era Navy stuff. Puerto no, you can.
Yeah, I just have to bark.
Hold on,
Get
that
off!
works. There you go.
Puerto Natales.
Hello.
Puerto Natales.
Oh!
What?
The
that
imam
noise?
the imam puts his hand on the fucking local fucking trade sheets and he goes, "Oh!" and the trade increases. That's the secret to Greek wealth.
As he does it, he turns into ash,
He turns into ash, and then the trade lines expand.
and everybody goes, "Umbasa, umbasa, umbasa." That was a good thing.
This is the secret of Greek wealth.
We put our blood, sweat, and sand into it.
Do the Muslim Sadukar chant.
It's so noisy over here.
It is, between the planes and the artillery clanking about.
Isn't that weird?
Don't forget to save.
Oh yay!
Opa!
Spanakopata!
And I bet you haven't looked at your cities that might have grown either.
What are you talking about?
Don't
What
worry
even
about
is
it.
the button for that?
Okay.
Mein Führer.
Mein
Jawohl.
Himmelstos. Mein Captain Feldsturm.
It's a
that
great name.
Captain's name in Warhammer
Yeah.
Battle March was, I am Captain Fieldstorm.
I know. Feldsturm is such a good name. And for
Captain Feldsturm.
and for a general, no less. It's a good thing he didn't become a tailor or something.
The fucking Feldsturms were a part of a great line of fucking cobblers.
We make shoes and nothing else. The Feldsturm shoe. That sounds like a fucking jackboot. The Feldsturm shoe.
It sounds like
It does.
maybe that would be the shoe that they would use in Blood Bowl.
Yeah.
It'd be the cleats.
This is the Feldsturm. It's the Imperial fucking football cleat.
Yeah. Otto von Gruber.
Good names, Stefan von Kessel. Warhammer Fantasy
Yeah.
has good names. Okay, they have good, fun names.
It does. And we love the Dog Burglar clan.
We love the dog burglars. We love that there's a series of fucking families that show up in Warhammer called the dog burglars. And
They show up
treat-
in every campaign,
and they treat
and I will
that
not.
straight.
Mm-hmm.
Not
And it's
weird
like,
at all.
I wonder where they got that name.
They don't call them that in like as like a haha. It's like, oh, they're just called the dog burglars. I curse for the Greeks to take your border forts with culture.
That might actually be like immediate war.
I curse for that to happen because they would only be.
I would fill them up
It
immediately.
would only be absolutely perfect. You should put the fucking thing on that town behind them as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is money. That's money. Oh, 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 oh!
Oh,
They
pressed
blinked
enter
and now
into
they're
the
in
ship.
Europe.
Goodbye.
That South Carolinian fucking teleported to Bavaria.
Yeah, goodbye. I will be
Gio,
right
what are
back,
you
Jen.
growling at? You're fine. You're
Says,
okay.
I hate you, Dad. I hate you, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
Gurren growl at
understand
thee.
that, but you're fine.
Throw these away.
Die Autobahn, das Autobahn, das Autobahn, das Autobahn, das Autobahn und das Autobahn.
It'd be great if you can get these Autobahns really going before things pop off, because it will significantly help your ability to reinforce your front lines.
It sure will. That's why I'm trying to get as much done as I can.
From Berlin to, like, the tip of your border at the south, that's almost the full length of a railroad. So if you could expand these out, that's the difference between it taking you 1 turn or 2 turns to get from Berlin to northern Italy, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
That could make all the difference. Are there some lazy layabouts over there, or are those foreigners?
I think
Those
these
are
are
foreigners, I
foreigners, yeah. Foreigners who cannot make das Autobahn.
They can't make the Autobahn.
So they will sit and they will wait unemployed until I deem them otherwise. They will not pass go and they will not collect $200 because we don't give welfare to Greeks.
Strategic bombing campaigns are extraordinarily useful. I will say that. But I will point out that I haven't had any troops in like Indonesia and Indochina in like almost a dozen turns. Like that happened quite a bit ago, my conquest of them. And they're still fucking hellholes. And like the bombing campaigns, they're great for the war part, but the actual holding on afterward part, it's like they really do fuck up the land. Let me tell you. Turns out when you destroy literally every single improvement within like a 20 tile radius, it does slow down development. Yeah, you take over and there's a mass starvation afterward and everything.
Hey, stop. Samuel, my friend, have you checked
Yes?
your Steam inbox?
I did notice I got a gift. I didn't see from who though. I wonder now.
I wonder
who it could
who
be.
that would be.
I wonder on who it will be.
Right now, I'm drawing a picture as I patiently wait for my turn.
Mm-hmm.
What are you drawing, Sam?
I am doing a little character layout from my book.
Yeah. Stop.
Because ever since I moved back here, I just like the progress of work on my book halted to a grind, and I haven't really done any drawing since I moved back home, and I want to change that.
Mm-hmm. It's famously
So
therapeutic.
you post it
Was that?
whenever. And by the end of the stream, will you post what you have completed?
I doubt that, but what did you say, Alex?
I was saying it's famously therapeutic.
Uh-huh. I always find myself lost in thought about like my world building and whatnot for my book, but I don't do any actual hard work for it, and I want to change that. Anyway, Steam inbox.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
Look at all these railroads. Tisk tisk.
Look at all these chickens.
I would ignore all of that and just send them
There's
out east.
one.
I think it'd be more efficient if you did it that way. It's like send them out east and just have a continuous line together, kind of like how I've been designing the Autobahn and over in Egypt.
Forget how to actually
Maybe.
Because if you have Autobahns in fits and spurts, then you're not going to be able to make use of the movement they have on them unless they're continuous.
Yeah.
And you pretty much got all the improvements done in North America, so...
Pending gifts. Oh my god, Tyler sent me Mech Warrior 5.
That's good.
You have been drafted.
I was just about to say, this isn't a gift, this is a draft notice.
It is.
It is.
It's that they tell you it's like your lottery, which was totally random, I promise, was pulled up, your number was pulled up, you're being sent to Europe.
Europe? I thought it was like a space game.
Yeah, I was making reference to World War II.
Space Europe.
Ah, yes.
But,
My god, what is with all these DLC?
oh, they have millions,
You don't have to have them. Only I have to have them.
Yeah, that's how it, yeah. It's like the host just has to have them and then everybody has access to them. So if you're not playing the game by yourself, then don't even worry about it. When we started playing it together a lot, it did not have a lot of DLC, and then it developed a lot of DLC after they said they were like done developing stuff in the game, and they changed their mind.
They said hello.
Well, it's installing, Tyler.
Good.
It's good. You do have to keep your you really have to think when you're playing it, because like not only do you get to customize all your weapon groups and everything, but you get to customize which buttons they go on, and you have to really think about heat buildup and all that stuff. You gotta think. If you just fucking spam buttons at the enemy, you will ruin yourself. It's a thinking man's game. Positioning is also critically.
And then we scream.
Positioning is also critically important. If you catch yourself out of positioning, it's like, oh, they're all behind me, I'm dead. Remember me. And you can't take lots of damage, damn it, because in the campaign, the damage isn't just repaired. You have to actually pay for it. So if you let your mech get fucking chewed to bits, cost the company.
Better not cost my company nothing, Sam.
Mongol. We literally, since there were only 3 of us, the fourth like squad mate would be AI. We stopped bringing the AIs, and we were just like, we'll just do missions with 3 people, because the AI are so brainless. They'll be like, let me just walk backward towards the enemy. They get blown up, and then we would have to repair the mech, and we started just losing money per mission. It's like, so fuck them. We'll just bite the bullet and do the missions with just 3 people. And let me tell you, that made things hard.
I'm going to die.
This city has the potential for massive growth.
Margaran really got anything it can? Nothing I really needed to have. Oh, this is Polly. Okay. But Polly, I don't intend on you being a big producer of military things, so you're just gonna build some planes for right now and start disseminating the Air Force over the Russian territories.
Mm-hmm.
Do it one squadron at a time. Shit, I don't remember if I need to have. Well, we're building them in Tokyo, so we can disseminate aircraft from all over Japan. That won't be difficult at all. Japan will probably handle the production of the entire Pacific Air Force.
Yeah, it can
That'll
build. It can build
probably
the
be their
navy.
job.
It can build the navy. It can build the air force. Japan can
It
turn into a
and
big
Korea.
shipyard.
It and Korea sort of share the burden of the Navy right now, but yeah, like Japan might just become one big factory.
Mm-hmm. Once you get agricultural machine depots, the food output in the region's going to spike.
We are going to rebase you here, so I can see. Okay, so that puts that. So there is coverage on that section of the island. Did it reach all the way out to Osaka? Surely. Osaka's covered. I think it was Sapporo was the issue. I think it's nice. But I do imagine I can get to a better aircraft before I have to worry about Sapporo being bombed.
Yeah.
I think I can manage that.
The World War II era fighters have 2 extra range in every direction.
And honestly, it looks like, yeah, it looks like as long as Seoul has a standing air force, it'll cover the whole peninsula, so that's good. That's a weight off my shoulders. Sungju, can you build anything right now? How fast can you build? Not fast. How fast can you build some aircraft? Not bad. Jinju and Harbin are busy. Cool. How fast can you build an airplane? Guess about 2 turns.
The trick is, whenever the total war happens, right, to make it so that you have so many military units that you need cities to be on wealth that aren't your industrial centers, so that you can have enough money to fund the army. And then your industrial centers keep expanding the army to fill out the losses of the front. So the whole nation is geared towards the war is what that is.
Harbin. Okay, you know what? We are going to rush you. That way you can work on disseminating Air Force units among the among Manchuria, and then once Jinju catches up, it'll start producing. It'll produce the standing army for Manchuria. Would put a full standing army in Seoul, but I think a standing army in Manchuria. We might double up the force in Manchuria just to cover Seoul as well. Have a northern Manchurian force and a southern Manchurian force. That'd probably work out better. Please accept the Jew into your hearts. Please.
And they
They
fucking
did.
hang
They did. It's
him.
fine.
They
It's
did.
fine.
They accepted him.
Oh my goodness.
Holy
Rat.
vida
They're like, no, no.
boom.
They were like, no. Jew is cool. We like Jew. Jew cool. You make money.
You are my friend.
The Jew walked in there. He said, "Oiga voy, I can make you so much money." And they're like, "Yeah, we like that. Come on, come on in." The Jew has had very little resistance when it came to.
I enjoy just the Jew.
And you
Some
gotta have a better lead in than that.
some say it's like Das
No.
Juden, you know, they make money, and it's like, okay,
Oh,
Sam, okay,
no.
Grandpa, okay, Grandpa, eat your
Calm
eat your beans and go to bed.
Grandma joined the toast. Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Stalin was a great man.
Did you see that they unveiled a new statue of Stalin in their Some of the
A new statue.
yeah, it's been a part of Putin's wider range to rehabilitate the image of Stalin.
I wonder
Okay.
if it's because he was an authoritarian leader.
It's because
What a wonderful
he associates
goal
Stalin
to have.
as like the golden age of like Russian power. Why?
But I
He's
thought he
like,
wanted the
I want
Russian
him to be my
Empire.
dad.
He did, but the fact of the matter is that Russia was never as powerful as it was when Stalin was in charge.
No one wants to go
That's
back to the Tsar.
Well,
No one wants to be out here
Putin's
poking the
international ideology is Tsarist. He wants to Russify people, and his foreign policy is one of like a continental empire that expands via spheres of influence. The near abroad, as he calls it.
I don't like that name.
Mm-hmm. It's like he considers Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, Finland, Kazakhstan, etc. to all be a part of the Russian sphere of influence.
A term that doesn't really apply to modern politics.
It does not. It does not even a little bit.
I just, these are the people who are in charge right now. And that scares me. It smells like it smells like Teen Spirit. I.e., it smells like
I agree,
World War
Jordan.
again.
Yeah,
I
Jordan, we all share this fear. Yes. But what is going on outside? I
Are
want
people being shot?
I just want everything outside. Everything shut up. Okay. I want to live on a big house on like a hill with a gate and guards and sniper towers.
You know what, Alex? I
Hmm.
bless you with a Victorian manor.
Mm-hmm. I will live in it until it becomes decrepit.
You have a full array of servants, including one Indian Rajput who stands guard at the gate. You call him the Grand Pasha, but he just thinks of you as being racist to him, but you do fervently refer to him as the Grand Pasha.
Mm-hmm. Hello, my Pasha.
Worry not, Alex. One day you will pilot a crab again.
I love crab. I like small crab and big crab.
They were friends.
I love
Use them well.
I love the crabs. I like it
Sometimes the weapons would break on that thing before it would break itself.
I loved whenever I would find. Well, my problem I had with big crab typically would be I'd run out of ammo of some of them. But because I would use such high.
You
caliber,
put so much armor.
I'd have such high caliber cannons. They'd be relatively few shells I can load in. It's like so. It's like I can't miss, and then I hit them square in the jaw. It's like oh, they're done. They're done. They fell right down.
Yeah.
You'd see these huge slugs coming through the air. And I also liked whenever I was being crab and I'd find a pool of water, it's like, ah, my natural habitat. Because
You're using it to cool down.
yeah,
the
because then
lasers.
I would go into the water and sink down. It's like now I can fire my energy weapons constantly. And I just imagine the water slowly bubbling and like fucking fish going up to the surface.
Yeah.
They
good
have
times.
several mechs that are crab-like, and I like them.
Oh, shit.
I enjoy them greatly. They have little crab claws. They reach for you and open them up, and laser beams come out.
Oh yes, it was most excellent. Yeah.
If the tanks succeed, then victory
Seems
follows.
to be still very
The tanks
popular.
succeed, victory follows. This is Heinz Gurdon. Is this yep. It's from Achtung Panzer.
Achtung Panzer, my
I have
little
proper
dog.
tanks now.
Oh, should probably open up my OBS just so I can see.
Jawohl,
No
Kaiser,
S-words.
Wolf, Wolf, Wolf.
We got rid of the Kaiser a long time ago.
Ja, mein friend
I
is
have
the
finished
Kaiser.
more enrichment facilities and I make the funny sounds. I like the funny sounds I make. The funny air raid sirens.
Jawohl, mein guten
Save
Tag.
that. All right, I do not need to do deficit spending anymore. Let's just fix that.
I'm not racist. I'm a good boy.
It's always good when
You're
someone
not.
has to proclaim their lack of racism.
Good boy.
I'm not so bad.
Everyone's a little bit racist sometimes.
Sometimes. The love that song.
Doesn't mean we go around committing hate crimes. I never got a chance to watch Avenue Q, but I still will if I get a chance.
I still haven't seen it live, but I want to so bad.
All right. Modern tank time. I have the Matilda. It makes lots of noise.
It's a proper fighting force right there.
Yep, I need to figure out what my actual their model. Oh god. Your models can't be that big. You can't do this to me. Oh Jesus. I just want my city.
New rule goes around that you can no longer station tanks inside of the cities or near them.
Ooh.
There we go. I was about to have to get into the camera pivoting controls. And then
Please don't, I hate those.
all of my armored, I'm gonna have to kill my research because all my armored cars are gonna have to turn into light tanks too. Breakthrough aid, combined armed aid. So I think so. The light tanks are better against gunpowder units, but I mean the medium tanks have pretty good strength. So I think in my main tank army, I'm not going to have any light tanks. I think light tanks are just going to be for the infantry. Can't enter jungle or swamp. That's not really a problem for me. I don't have those. Ooh, light tanks have withdrawal. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Greek.
It did sound like he got up. It did make that sound.
What a bastard.
Because he was like, yeah, and he started sounding like he was getting distant. All right. Yeah, let's kill the research. We need money because we also now have mountain rangers as well. Look at 'em. The mountain rangers and the armored cars are now Vickers light tanks. Look at them. They got little d-d-d-d-d-d on them.
They're little infantry support tanks.
Oh. Blarney Stone.
Hey, Greek.
Yeah.
Your shoe is untied.
What? I do not wear shoes.
That has to be
I
a
made you
glitch.
look.
Because their hitbox is way over here as well. That cannot be true. There has to be a glitch going on there. You cannot do that. That is not correct. And I can't move them either. Because they
Look
don't have
over
any
there!
actions. I'm thinking about deleting them. Yeah, because even this is clicking them.
Are they broken?
What was the thing that makes it to where I can... Is it this? Nope, that's not... I don't want to retire now.
You want to end your fucking
That
game?
would literally be me dropping out and turning into an AI. That's what that would. That's what that would be.
That would be no good.
I'd laugh.
We'd probably.
That
have
would
to
be
leave.
funny. Yeah, but you
I'm
know,
gonna mass
it
delete
still
you.
would be.
Get out of here. I wish I hadn't spent the money
Oh.
on that, but they're in the way.
All that production.
Yeah, the production's not a problem. I'm just sad I spent all the money upgrading them because I spent like 1,000 gold upgrading them. But they were being buggy and they were up on the hill and I couldn't move them and I wanted that to stop.
Can tanks not go up hills? Is that why they
I have a
couldn't
feeling
move?
that those tanks in particular in that spot with what I did right there probably caused their hitbox to go crazy. So I'll just build new ones. And I couldn't move them because they had been upgraded, so I didn't have any movement things. What is going on over here? Because it's doing it with this now, with the artillery. Those are new units. What's going on?
نعم
Like,
نعم.
it's been so weird with the hitboxes. That wasn't even a new unit over there that was doing that. That was a ye olde artillery.
ايه
Huh.
الخطة؟
Game is just betraying you, Alex.
I'm sure it'll fix
The
itself.
boats work.
I'm sure it'll fix itself.
It wants to see you fail.
You shut up! You shut up! You shut up!
الجميع حاضرين
Are you supposed to be his friend or something?
He's a villain,
Or something.
allegedly.
Oh, German, look over there! Your sausages are melting!
Continues to stare directly forward at you.
عمرك ايه؟ عمرك ايه؟
You have mustard on your shirts!
That was
He
16.
does not move.
That was 16.
Your mustache
Where
is
are you
too
going?
big.
You were going.
Hey,
here.
Germany, the
He
Greeks are
takes a
rallying
breath
right.
to speak, and then a sniper from an unknown place hits him right in the head.
Hey,
Everybody has their own state fucking sniper on them.
hey, German.
Hmm.
Greeks are rallying for rights in your borders.
Well, good thing we've got some funny camps to send them to.
You.
They can rally all they want in there.
You can make all the noises you want. You can protest as much as you want while you're in this cage.
As long as you do it either before 5 a.m. or after 7 p.m., which is your work shift.
It's the fucking
Tell
Iraq.
me a story.
The Iraq War. The Iraq War fucking protests and Arrested Development. It's like, oh, you're here to protest the war. Well, get in this cage. Don't leave the cage.
And we're also going to spray you with water while you protest.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let's see. 15. We're gonna move here, and then we're gonna start doing all that.
I like when BoJack Horseman was a magician. He's a funny guy.
All right, I need to wait another turn. Save. Because I'm still doing my modernization.
And I'm eating breakfast popcorn.
That sounds depressing. Are you okay?
And I just don't want to make proper food while, you know, we're doing things.
We'll do this, this, and this. We'll do...
ايه الخطة؟
Samuel is like a grandmother from Italy. He's like, are you not eating enough, my boy?
Probably not.
أنا في انتظار أوامرك.
Are your guts not full to bursting with pasta?
I'm still like 30 pounds over my goal weight, so I would say I've still got some cutting to do.
Ooh.
قول لي أعمل إيه؟
Okay, so if I had Mountain Rangers... So 3, 6... 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I can have... We'll start with
I have no
3.
idea who Drayton is.
1, 2, 3. I'm designing my first proper tank divisions to figure out what a good composition for that would be.
I read that immediately as Draven. And I don't know why, I don't even play League, but that is what I thought. Shaddix, it does crash all the time.
It crashes less than it would if we weren't doing it remotely via hot seat. Because then you'd have to deal with desync problems too, on top of everything else.
That
Ew.
sounds like actual hell.
Yes, it would be.
Yeah. There's no way I'd be able to do it.
There's no
Actual
way like
ass.
any of us would be able to realistically do it. I built that. I did that. Forgot to mark these off of my list. I have a list of ship names, so I don't repeat. Submarines. Just keep an eye on those bastards.
Alex, I curse you.
Huh?
I curse that if you do happen to have a ship that has the same name as another ship, by accident, you are to name that second ship the first ship's brother.
See. I will try to avoid that as much as possible.
It'll be embarrassing.
Stylianos.
Hang on. Pause that. And open this. Whee!
I curse Tyler to name all his escorts.
No.
That would be the worst.
No.
The game itself doesn't even do that. Like if they have names.
You know what we need? We need more fighter planes.
Mm-hmm.
And we need more, let's see. We need more fighter planes. We'll make an imam. Actually, no, we shouldn't build him here. We should not build him.
He'd have to walk through the whole country.
Yeah, I have to go back in a sec. Fix him.
Sam, I'm telling you this
fighter
in the interest of keeping you from freaking out when it happens, okay? I need
Okay.
you to be sitting for this, okay?
Mhm.
Wait,
I'm
what
already
happened?
sitting.
I know what he's gonna tell you, and I'm gonna tell you right now, Sam. It is scary. It is frightening. I'm willing to live with it. So it is really frightening, though. Mm-hmm.
So when the war happens, I will
What
be
war?
going protectionist,
I see.
and I will remain protectionist for as long as, you know, you guys have no open borders with me.
Mm-hmm. So basically, for the duration of the war.
Yeah, because you're going to be giving him trade and technological stuff, and I will be getting nothing. So fuck that, and I will not be staying on free trade while I get nothing from it.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And I'm willing
I mean,
to not. I'm willing to not go ballistic over that concept as long as there is an understanding. I'm willing to give a little bit of appeasement. All right, I feel like a little appeasy mood if I have an agreement that Hitler pinky swear promises to reverse that when the war is over.
I do pinky swear promise.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
can
I'm
jive with that.
certain
I can-
Hitler will never tell a lie.
I can jive with that,
When have
especially
I
because
ever?
I under. I mean,
But if that lie
Anyway,
it did turn out to be a lie, then I would become a big Greek supporter for like ever.
I can.
I would immediately
can
start
jive.
selling weapons to the Greeks at like such a strong discount that they could it'd be cheaper to buy Egyptian weapons than to build their own.
And then I could focus on my economy. To buy more Egyptian troops.
As I was saying, I can jive. I can understand your need to do such a thing in the face of such intense sanctions.
Unfair treatment, one might say.
It's sanctions.
No.
No,
Totally deserved
it's
sanctions.
not unfair treatment. It's a fucking sanctions.
Well, I claim it as
because
unfair
aggression.
treatment.
Absolutely, totally, absolutely deserved sanctions.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Monster.
Sanctions that we are undecided and unagreed upon whether they are legitimate, but sure, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You deserved sanctions because you are in fact the Nazis. Let's
Well, I don't
never
care
forget that.
what you're saying. I'm saying how I feel. So continue.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we understand your need to defend your interests. So
Which is
I
why
obviously
we're
will not
okay
put-
with the war on paper. It's like, you have genuine grievances that we accept. As long as things don't get wild. Okay.
I have no plans to like go after Athens or anything like that.
We don't
so
need
it's
nothing
whatever.
going wild.
We don't need excessive burnings and war crimes.
Mm-hmm.
I will guarantee that no capitals will be burned and no holy cities will be razed. How about that?
Those are some very good guarantees. That
They
would
are,
that would do wonders to prevent foreign intervention. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You touched it.
Sadie loves kisses. Yes, she does.
Oh, there's a big spider crawling across my computer screen right now.
Is it a house spider?
It was a real big one. I'm just wanting him to go away because I'd have to get up and I'd have to like try to smash him in such a way where it wouldn't destroy my computer. So I'm just wanting him to just walk away.
There is a centipede in your house.
Centipedes can be spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Millipedes are fine, but centipedes can be spooky.
We've made it to October 1918. One more round, and we'll have made it through the in-game World War I date without having a big war between the great powers.
Yay!
We opened the champagne bottles like, we avoided the Great War!
And then Germany burst into the room and was like, wow!
Mhm. Well, just in time for the second one.
Yeah, well, how can we have a second World War if there isn't a first one?
Mm-hmm.
I hope if we have a great war, we do just have the one. I'd rather not.
I think
Hello, what's happening over
I
here?
think there's always possibility for sequels.
I don't like
Let's see what you
sequels.
got.
If the first one makes money, a second's guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. That fucker has Fockers.
That little
Yeah.
fucker has
Yeah.
Fockers.
Falcon Chiefins, oh my god.
Remember the years.
Yeah?
The chat blew up. I looked away and the chat blew up.
Yeah. People are seeing chat.
Hi, hello. There's so many emojis.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, warmongering is good. It seems like y'all need more moderators for your stream. Are you?
We don't need no moderators, okay? We have plenty.
We appreciate your chutzpah though.
Mhm.
Oh,
We have
Bunch
a
of
very
MG gunners.
we have a very strong police force around on this channel. Spider, get the hell out of here. I respect your
Dean's cookies.
profession, Spider, and killing of a fly that I hate so much, but you can't be here. Go away.
I enjoy. Oh, it's dense cookies. I enjoy that. I enjoy that username. I don't know why. It just sticks to me. It sticks out to me.
The
I
dense
enjoy it.
cookies is because of the cookie part. Does it make you hungry?
Maybe I do like cookies.
You want the densest
Shut
cookie, you
up.
bite into the chocolate chip. It goes on for miles.
She said, shut up.
Mhm. It's just
He felt so insulted.
it's just the first time you said you like something, it's like, oh, it just happens to be a cookie. I see. It's like you are in fact that simple.
Look, it's okay to have simple pleasures in life. There's nothing wrong with it.
Who needs wealth and power when one can have video games and chocolate chip?
I mean,
Chocolate chip
that-
crookstay.
that does sound rather wonderful. Chocolate chip cookies in video games, but I don't have any chocolate chip cookies. Now I am sad at my lack of chocolate chip.
It takes so much willpower
Oh, that's a
since
lot
I
of
only
stuff you got there on my
since-
border.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Oh,
you
very
were just
provocative.
here yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
How very provocative of you.
Uh-huh.
I don't even have any ships over there.
How very provocative to the Germans, and the international community does not respond to that at all. But
I don't even have any ships there.
I just
Look at
think-
this nonsense.
I just think about it all the time, and the fact that I live like 2 city blocks away from a gas station that happens to have so many delicious pastries for sale all the time. And if I walk over there at 11 o'clock at night, I can get a dozen donuts for such a deal because they're like a day old. And I think about that shit all the time.
Putt Putt goes to the moon.
The people, they cry out for war.
Well, that's nice,
They
okay?
feel it in their blood.
That's nice, but the,
Yeah.
the adults here, the adults in the room,
You know-
know that those wars would be very violent and they will destroy our countries. Okay.
You know, the people called out for war during Steam Wars too, and we waited to give it to them then.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a war, and that was a that was a playthrough where we were
We
encouraging. death
even
and
waited
destruction.
in fucking Alba with the War Frankia. That went on for many streams.
Oh god, they wanted it so bad. Everyone wanted France to die.
It
and we
did
just
prove-
couldn't do it.
It did prove to be prophetic, given the fact that France
And
became
it
our
grew
fucking arch
to
rival all the
the
way into the modern
night.
times.
That our war was still there.
Maybe the
Oh,
Greeks should just declare
fuck.
war on me. Get it over with.
No.
No.
I am a pacifist.
He is a pacifist.
trying.
That would cause
says
war.
the one with the gigantic armies.
That would cause war weariness.
You
For self-defense.
You also have lots of troops on the border, though, William. I feel like you're gaslighting a little bit.
Should be mentioned, he started building them first.
The international
Do I
community.
see shock troops that are specifically used for assaulting positions and not
God.
defending like a machine gun would?
None of this is necessary because the international community sees right through this gibberish. Okay.
Oh,
Even
my
if the
friend
Greeks were to
cookies.
declare the war, it's like the fucking conduct of the war would make it obvious on who's invading who.
Oh, my pastry-named friend. France has been gone for millennia.
Mm-hmm.
There has been no
we-
France.
France has been assimilated into the German Empire for a good 2 millennia by now.
Yeah, that was during the classic.
France
era.
didn't really get the time to. Yeah, France didn't really even get the chance to become France.
If I remember correctly, I think France got ruined by Spain, and then in their ruination, the Germans showed up, and then Spain got ruined by
Yeah,
the Germans.
it was.
The
It's
people
funny
cry
how
out
that
for
happened.
war, and they're really feeling the Nazis, and it makes me worry about our
The
fan
people are
base.
really pro-German around here.
Well, maybe it's because
They
we
don't
have legitimate
understand-
grievances, like the siege of Ofen, which I promise, I guarantee that my people will remain free. We will not stand by while the Greeks take our people. They take our homes. They take our women and our livestock, and
They
they,
do.
ruin
And the
our
livestock.
cities.
A
Not
Greek
the
man comes up, a
pigs.
big Herculean Greek man fucking picks up a cow around the waist and takes him home.
He takes him, he puts him over his shoulder, so it's going up the Mount Olympus with him.
He
It's like,
takes
I'm
him over-
practicing for the Olympics.
I imagine the German like fucking propaganda. And it's got like a fucking. It's got Milo Crouton. And he's fucking.
I love him.
He's like got a
He is our
fucking
he's
cow
our
over his
hero for
shoulder, and
people.
he's like dragging it off to fucking Athens. He's like climbing up Mount Olympus with a cow over his shoulder, and it's like a German cow. It's got a German flag on it.
The cow's got a pickle hoover.
Mm-hmm.
It has a pickle hoover. It's got the little spots, but in them are little swastikas because you know who you
We're
are,
in that time
and
now.
you wear that with pride.
We're in the funny
We
time.
do wear it with pride.
Mm-hmm.
It is
We
crazy.
do
how
fly
the
it
game
above
just-
every government building.
The funny
It is
camps are
crazy.
starting to be
Unfortunate.
constructed because you truly are the man you look like you are. It's like, and making fucking just concentration camps and everything.
I have just been waiting to do so. So
Mhm.
yes, I am okay with this.
It is crazy how every time it's your turn, there's just swastikas fucking everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's like literally everywhere. It is accurate to the actual
brave.
Germany and during the time.
Almost like they
Iconic
liked
classic.
waving swastikas
They
around.
did.
Wait, no, that's the opposite.
I do enjoy that this mod has like a specific thing where it's like if you don't like certain historical flags, you can disable them in the options. I enjoy that.
I wonder what his flag would be if we disabled that.
Probably the generic like Civ 4 flags.
It'd be like the
It's like
Call
a-
of Duty flag
I
that
think
they'd
for-
have. It'd be the same shape, but it'd have like the Iron Cross in the
I
middle
think the
instead of the funny
I think
symbol.
the Germans have the Iron Cross as their little symbol on here, and like the in default Civ 4.
I see.
Yeah.
But it's
The-
been
that
a
is a
millennia since I
Perfectly
played.
reasonable flag to fly.
Mhm.
The
Okay.
politically correct swastika.
In the Blood
If you're, you know, one of them folk.
I actually don't know the origins of the Iron Cross now that I think about it.
I would imagine it would come from the Teutonic Order or be reminiscent
Oh,
of
cookies.
it, but I don't know.
Oh, cookies. Oh no, we don't need to start dealing drugs on this channel, please. Please.
Look, quit narking. Don't talk about it. Just let it happen.
Oh, this feels like dangerous territory.
It's only dangerous if we get caught. Shut up.
Do not worry, we will not snitch.
I do wonder how Jeff Bezos will feel about this stream. There's the swastikas everywhere. We were talking about Jews earlier. I do have Der Fuhrer in the title as well.
Jeff Bezos is one of our fans.
He will come over
I
here
do
and
worry
watch
about
this and
that.
spray me with mace or something.
He is
Well, but
subscribed to the channel.
Well, but we're not partners, so we can't, because we can't get our tax information correct, so maybe it's fine.
I made it abundantly clear on previous streams that I literally don't care if they complain to me about it. I'm not gonna hide the flags or anything. It's like when we did our Baldur's Gate stream long ago, not the most recent one, but the ones we did a long time ago. It's like, screw it, the penises will fly, I don't care.
Let them
Let them flop.
Let them fly proud.
Oh no, they're talking about how Adderall will flow between the borders during the war. Oh god.
All must flow.
Chat's getting a little crazy.
It's like the... wow, I
Do you
don't
think there's an
remember-
Adderall worm?
I don't remember the name of the fucking...
A what?
The drug that the Germans took in World War II now. The funny
'Cause-
methamphetamine.
You know,
No, they didn't call it that.
The spice must flow, and the Adderall must flow, so thus there must be an Adderall worm.
What's the...
Oh my.
A worm that
Jeez.
digs through a ground made of Adderall. I see.
Oh god. I'm glad we excite you, Cheese. I'm happy to hear that we can entice
Something
you,
is
so-
flowing between my pants right now. Dude, are you pissing yourself?
I don't know. I don't want to unpack that.
The German...
Bro,
I want to.
he's just
I want
sitting
to
down
leave-
and pissing himself. Dude, that's awesome.
I want to leave this package packed.
Dude, that's like fucking rad, man. Dude. Ah.
I'm gonna
Perventin,
leave,
by the way,
uh,
was the drug.
I'm gonna leave.
Pervitin, that's the
cheat. I'm gonna leave
Combination of
Cheese's package
methamphetamine,
packaged. I'm not unpacking
cocaine,
it.
and oxycodone.
God
Mhm.
damn.
It's a cocktail of
You
those.
You feel big and good.
That sounds like a fun thing to do. You pop that, and then you go invade Poland.
Cookies has a puppy.
Yeah, that's
Gosh.
probably a good time too.
I don't know.
can't-
That's a lot. That's
I
a
can't
lot
imagine you could feel bad on all of those.
Mhm.
That's so much up. You're so vigorously rising.
No, the oxy will bring you down.
I don't know. Whenever I've taken
One could say he's
oxycodone in the
ascending.
past, it's like I always felt like I was ready to do stuff. I was like, ooh, let's go shopping or something, you know.
True. It's an anesthetic, so
It made me feel
like
up.
biologically it's a down.
Let the
Oh, yeah.
record show he was prescribed said oxys.
was, yes.
I want that put out there.
It made me feel up. And whenever I saw Kurt Angle, Olympic wrestler, describe his painkiller problems, he
God.
also described them as making him feel up. So that made me realize I
Kurt
wasn't a
Angle's
freak,
an
and that some
Olympian.
people... Yeah, Olympic gold medalist. Won it with a broken freaking neck, as they say.
My God.
Yeah, he had a
It
broken neck at the
happens
time.
when you throw people around.
He didn't get his neck broken during the match. He had a broken neck before the match happened.
Dedication right there.
He had his neck injected with what's that? It's like the painkiller, the non-opioid painkiller. It's like not ibuprofen, but the injectable. I don't remember now. But basically an anti.
Morphine?
But no, nothing like that, because you can't get
That is
on.
super opiate.
You can't have morphine injected into you and then go fucking participate in Olympic Games.
That's the only thing I can think of.
It was
That is-
the anti-inflammatory. No, not kratom. Okay. Even though I've heard on the winds that kratom is popular with some wrestling these days. But yeah, he had them inject his neck with like basically anti-inflammatory, and then he wrestled with the broken neck because it was like if he had gotten the surgery, he would have missed the Olympics. So he's like, "Fuck it, I wrestle with the broken neck," and then he won.
He's got to beat those Soviets.
He beats the Iranians, if I remember correctly. Another nation famed for its wrestling.
Very good. One of them Ottoman countries.
One of those Ottoman wrestling countries.
I'm like 2 seconds behind anytime I do something.
Just,
I'm
you just gotta wait
trying
for
to
it
do
to
this
catch
Thank
up.
God
quickly
this
as
is a
possible.
turn-based game.
Right.
Internet's a little wonky today for people.
My internet's been perfectly fine now. It was acting
Well,
like
he
it was
does
going to be
live
a
in
problem,
Guam.
but I've been watching the stream on my phone this whole time, and it's been like cool. So I think it was just trying to
I
like,
live
trick
where
on me.
again? What was that sound? You want to get my address one more time?
But
Well, considering we have our general location as part of just the description of the channel, I think saying that was fine.
it more plays into the stereotype we have of you.
But
But
everything I do does.
it does. You have your
You are
personality
very
out and proud on your
stereotypical.
sleeve a lot. But although I suppose there's like literally no fear of a stalker showing up to bother Willie, given the fact that he lives on Mars. That would take
Yeah, it'd be
that would
difficult.
take dedication.
Those flights are expensive.
I think you'd have to accept that person as your friend if they showed up because
I don't
because
think
of
you're allowed
that.
to shoo them away.
If you take the time to fly all the way out here and you spend that much money to come out here just to fucking harass me, I'll just be like, you know what? I got a spare room. I got a couch. You should stay a couple of days.
You deserve a couple of days of rest before you have to pay for that expensive ticket and get the fuck out of here.
But you do have to get the fuck out of here.
Mongol.
Yes, of course, you do have to get the fuck out of here.
At some point, you must leave. Oh, I had to scratch my leg.
Do you give them the complimentary beating as well?
I think they'd like that. They're that dedicated. They probably
They roll on their belly and they're like, "Yes, give it to me, father."
Strike
It's
upon
like
me.
if the adoring fan found me in real life. I might as well at least not be mean to him.
I always tell that little fucker to kick rocks.
I'm always polite
I
to
brought
him.
him into a dungeon and he runs away.
I never bring the adoring fan out to adventure with me. I tell him, go away, you child.
I tell him not to adventure with me, but I am polite about it. He just
There's
wants to
only
be
two
your friend.
options. There's only two options about it. You tell him to either not adventure with you, or you tell him, come on then, I guess.
German.
You say, "Come on," and then you tell him, "Now go away. Go home to my home in the countryside."
Live with me. Live with your hero. Do as I say.
Wash my dishes.
Oh, this is
Pop.
Harbin. I have
see.
plans for you.
I mean, if someone wants to be a dishwasher, I'll pay them.
Military.
I'll pay you minimum wage.
Man, I don't use enough plates for that.
It'd end up being like fucking 3 hours, so I'll give you $20 to wash my dishes.
Ow.
Charlie.
I'm pretty sure minimum wage here is still like $8.25 or something like that.
That's
Oof.
horrid.
Non-statism for you.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't like it, but a lot of stuff here is priced for either tourists or military anyway. So,
Why
a
was
lot
the
of
Summer
locals end
Olympics
up
of
having to get
72
multiple
your
jobs.
favorite? What
Was that the
happened in the
one-
Summer Olympics of 1972?
Was that the one that Carter bungled?
No,
that was during,
no, because that's too
that was
early
during
for
Reagan.
Carter. Is that the Munich one?
No, Reagan was 18.
Is that the
The one
Munich
with
one
the,
where the hostage thing? Or is that the 80s?
I want to say that was the one that Carter was a part.
That's too early. 72, Nixon still.
That's true.
You gotta remember, Alex measures time. in
I
presidential
measure time by
terms.
presidents, yeah. So
Yep, that's Munich. 8 members of the Palestinian militant organization Black September.
that whole thing.
It's when you look
whole
back on
chestnut.
history and you say, oh, they're back.
Here they are, showing themselves yet again.
Yeah, sometimes you just see people every once in a while. They spatter themselves around.
They're a constant throughout history.
Well, the 70s was a popular time for the for Palestinian terror acts. Mostly because all the Arab states around Israel at that time gave up on the whole trying to actually deal with Israel bit. Because of all of the previous few decades' attempts. And so that was whenever Palestine's like, okay, we're gonna play dirty now. And it became like a popular thing. So that was the height of it, 70s.
It's a little bit of light terrorism. It's fine.
Mostly the kidnapping. I remember there's Munich is a famous one, but there was also a ship, if I remember correctly. Like an Italian ship, I believe.
Oh, I've not heard of this one.
Yeah, I've read about this literally years ago, so my information on it is cobwebby. But it was like an Italian ship that was off the Egyptian coastline, and some of the Palestinians took it over it, and it had like 100 plus civilians, I think, and a whole bunch of Americans, which made things really problematic. It meant that the United States got involved.
We really like those people back.
If I remember correctly, it got resolved because since a bunch of Americans were on there, it's like the Italian government agreed for the United States to like prepare operations from Italy, and so like we were preparing to like fucking potentially do airstrikes and stuff like that. So the Palestinians like said, okay, we're not gonna let this go farther. And they just released them.
Good on them.
Okay, that's a proper.
I would look up specifics
mine.
on that, but I don't want to look it up on my phone, and doing it on my computer is impossible. It will cause a crash.
It will cause horrid.
It's a horrible little thing, because whenever we're doing Invictus, that is when I want to look up things the most, because the conversation roams. But it's difficult for me to do such. It's annoying. What would I even ask Google? Palestinian hijack Italian boat, maybe. At least I'm pretty sure. No, I don't want to know about the Arizona Diamondbacks, Google. I don't want to know that. I also don't want to know severe weather. Sometimes on my phone I'll click just once and it thinks I clicked 17 times. I'll go somewhere. It'll take me places.
You get spirited away.
I wanna take you there in the midnight.
Now let me look up something about Palestinians and hopefully it doesn't show me anything
Suddenly
current, because that's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in stuff that happened 50 years ago.
I wanna take you there.
Maybe if you put 1970s, that might put that, or it might look for what you're looking for.
You know, one really fun thing. I got to witness a church congregation singing that song by Madonna. It made me smile.
I think it's the Achille Lauro hijacking, 1985. The people's off the coast of Egypt.
Alex, I bless you to go back in time and be NASA's chief military advisor with the current knowledge you have now.
Oh, piss. I don't want that.
You're in it now.
Well, one of the big problems is that the Egyptian military, like, kind of are prepping along the lines of World War II stuff, and the Israeli military was, like, current.
Modern warfare.
Yeah.
There will not be luck in peacekeeping, but thank you for being a part of our stream. It was glorious to have you, Cheese. Chems? Thanks for coming by.
You fucking
It's Cheems
dolt.
Redfield.
Thank you. He got it. That's what matters. That's why there's multiples of us.
That's
So
a
when one
Swedish
fails,
salute.
you could build fucking water mills on the other side of that river. Get some
is the
production
plan.
going in the city of Pylos.
Bailos.
It is the coldest Greek city.
It's so cold.
It is in modern-day Murmansk.
It's so north.
Mm-hmm.
It's as north as it gets.
When's Germany gonna found that northern coal colony?
I don't know. We'll get to it. I haven't forgotten it. It's just way up there.
We were talking about you doing that, I think, like 30 turns ago.
Yeah, I also have had lots of other things to build.
Mm-hmm.
Like laboratories and day camps for adults.
I might just keep my fucking
And children.
I might just keep my tech budget off for a number of turns, just so I can just generate tens of thousands of gold and just start mass rushing buildings across my entire country. Because I'm tired of being behind by a number of buildings in a bunch of places. Sick of it. I think I'll go through the industrial centers first, and then like go out from there.
Like when people come by.
Because if I get all my cities up to standard, I can start having some cities work on research, and then I can make up for my lack of GDP with just doing that via production. But the 5-year plan needs to progress for that to be possible. How much is that? It's a difference between 120 culture per turn. Bomb shelters, you build that. That, will you have an epidemic if I do that? No, that's fine. Get these goddamn bomb shelters built.
Sam, I bless you. You will be able to see visions of the future, but only if you take massive doses of LSD.
That sounds fun. This doesn't seem like a curse at all. This sounds like a hell of a time.
I mean like nearly mind-shattering amount of LSD. You'll be high on it for like 3 days.
Ooh, don't threaten me with a good time.
And that's each time.
Yeah, but I get to see God, literally.
I don't know, maybe. Who knows what the fuck your mind's gonna make up. The worst part about it is if you start having a bad trip, you're not getting out of it.
It's a ride that you're going on.
You said I see the future. You said I see the future, though.
I said you see visions of the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I can be a prophet.
Hopefully they're not, those visions aren't bollocks.
Are they accurate visions, William?
I will say they are about 80% accurate. You're really just seeing the most likely timelines, but those can change.
Ooh, that's I don't know, 80%. That's a college degree. Like I think I can take that to the bank. I'll be a full-on prophet.
8, 16, 24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You get your big congregation together and you say, "Tomorrow I will win the lottery."
16, 17, 18, 19.
Well, that's only if I actually saw myself winning the lottery.
Damn it.
I might not. I'm not gonna lie to my congregation, and also I will claim to not be religious, but I will be a prophet. I will wear a big mushroom hat because I'm taking LSD to see these visions. And I will be the prophet of the. I will be the fungi prophet.
Well, maybe you should wear a Grateful Dead shirt too.
No, because then people won't take me seriously.
Yeah.
Mushroom hat projects power.
It's a science. Idiot.
That one took me aback. That one took me a second.
It's so matter of fact.
I feel like you just be asserting dominance with the hat at that point.
Projects
Like,
power.
yeah, you're gonna listen to me while I wear this. That's because I'm fucking right. Now listen to me.
It seems like those weirdo fucking hitbox problems I was having have gone away. Thank God, because I did not care for any of that.
I was expecting it to persist until it crashed.
I thought it would clear itself up. I believed. Time for me to fund the
This
5-year
Tyler's?
plan to a degree fucking thought impossible now that I have decided to turn my research rate to 0 for the foreseeable future until shit gets fucking up to date.
Is Tyler still here?
Why wouldn't he be?
I am, brother.
Oh, you've
Don't
just
you-
been so silent.
Don't you fucking scare me like that!
أنا في انتظار أوامرك.
What is the matter, brother? I'm just smiling from ear to ear, listening to your conversation.
Well,
I
I've
have nothing
decided
to
I'm going to curse you now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You had to hear that.
okay. Well, go on.
If you remain in any body of water for longer than 30 seconds, you will manifest a shark.
That doesn't sound very fun at all.
Sounds
It is a
wonderful.
curse.
I don't enjoy this.
Maybe
will
the shark
have
won't
to-
attack you.
Maybe I will not be in a body of water.
You'll never.
That includes
ever
like
be in a box.
puddles and shit.
How will it fit in the puddle? I guess it won't. It'll just be there gasping for air. For its little water air.
You stay there for like 30 seconds and then it will just like manifest underneath you. It will flail and it will gasp for air and it will probably attempt to bite whatever is close.
What kind of shark is it though? This is important.
Great white.
This could lead to some very funny happenings. Tyler could stand in a puddle, right? And then it manifests under him and he's just standing on top of a flailing, dying great white shark.
I could sell it for its meats.
I failed to see what was funny about that.
It's flailing and dying. It's hilarious.
That sounds
I
really,
see.
really horrible to me, personally. That sounds like something that would make me sad to see. Personally.
Is that 15 engineers you had there?
Probably. I lose track.
You had
This is still
the
working.
chevron with the rocker, and you also had a chevron.
I mean, probably. Some of my cities are full, okay? Okay, that needs another turn. I think I'll have at least one more turn of 5-year plan fucking make happen nowism.
I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me.
Somebody,
I wanna dance.
somebody, ooh, hold me
With
in
somebody.
your arms.
أمرك يا فندم.
I'll wreck your fountain.
أنا جاهز للتحرك.
You know what? I think I might leave this army in Indochina because I might do an invasion with just the Air Force in this one army. To continue my expansions in this region. Might take over the Philippines next. Which means I'm going to need to raise 4 cities and settle 2 ones. That's what that means.
Very cute.
We are actually starting to properly fucking fix this place, though. Like, make it actually functional.
Prigushta.
Better me schedule.
جاهز لتلقي الأوامر.
There we go. The 2
Let's
water...
rock on.
the army coming in and fixing this did in fact fix it. There, we now have the 2 here that I wanted. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll be at least 60 something. Whenever we get that, that'll go up to 80 something, and that'll be plenty. That'll be plenty of people. That'll be a plenty big city. I'm padding out my Mediterranean
go, I
fleet,
think
and then I'm
about
gonna buff up my Far East fleet, and I'm gonna fucking buff up my Atlantic fleet. And then I'll be cool in the
Kill my
Navy.
draw, I think about him.
And then I'm gonna have 1,000,000 cities grow next turn.
Wow.
1,000,000 cities will grow next turn. Quantier, unfortunately, I think is gonna grow out of control because it's still immune from the last epidemic it had, and it's growing faster than the epidemic risk will set in. So Quantier is likely going to get another epidemic in the near future. It's very sad. And old Wasset. Whenever I get this won't be fucking sad anymore, but it's not a priority. I need to spread religions out in the Far East as well. I started doing it, and then other things took priority. Jakarta's going to grow up to size fucking 37. And then it will be the biggest ever.
Fucking huge.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I think I might have 19 engineers in the city.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Communism.
So many.
Oh, that dude was saying no. We've had that happen a couple times, so it's fine.
Just said no.
Sometimes it's like, no, I don't wanna. Sometimes it says I don't like that. The only problem whenever it does that is that it stays black for a second as it's like computing it exploding.
Mm-hmm.
And then you gaze.
Then we
You
gaze
into
upon
the
my
infinite
fucking
progression.
my desktop. But luckily, like I said before, the non first time launches are much faster than the first time launches. That's our first crash, and it took an hour and a half to happen.
I fully expected it to be like 3 times by now.
Yeah, it's like way better than usual. I have Quantier making that fucking the new armored divisions. I made a new infantry division. I'm gonna keep that infantry division over in the east. I was thinking about building marines and filling them up into transports and just making them naval only forces. I thought about doing that. Make naval shock forces.
Make them the army of the navy.
Mm-hmm. I've considered doing that. Still have the Marines disseminated on all the main armies, but also have like contingents of them that only stay on transports and only do the naval city landings. That would, if I set up a force like that, rapidly increase my operations in the Far East. They would go way more efficient, especially if I set up garrisons ahead of time. Well, I guess I wouldn't need to set up garrisons ahead of time because I'm planning on burning down almost everything over there. I think I'll do that. I'm gonna set up Marine-specific forces. To be honest.
Yes, sir. Here I come. There it is. All right. Amy's looking outside at the cats. Black screen? Oh, there we go.
It's thinking. The black screens have never betrayed us. That has not been a problem.
I just wonder and I worry.
The black screens have never betrayed us. The crashes have always come upon suddenly, usually when pressing a button.
Otro día.
The whimsical thing about the crashes in this Realism Invictus is that they almost always come on suddenly. There's almost
they're not shy.
There's never been a time where it's like, oh, we're crashing, and it crashes. It's always like, oh, it happened. It's like that's how it happens, and then it quickly closes, and then we relaunch and it's fine. There's no crash state where it decides it's gonna be fucking around in some middle ground for a long time.
Aye, indeed.
And you know what? This game might be old, and this game might crash, but it can handle being full screen. Okay, some games can't handle that. Some games lose their full screen privileges.
Actually, I never changed the imam I was building over here.
He's now over here now.
Oh well. You'll have to do the big walk. Build more fighters. Let's build cinema. Will be no good here. Let's do it dry dog if I can F and find it. There it is.
Na na na. Submarine noises make a fucking waves in my ear.
They fucking explode and scream.
I do like the submarine noises, they're intimidating. They
They
lurk
are, aren't
beneath the
they?
waves.
Get the buggy. Airport is expensive.
It is.
Isn't that cool?
How many plans do you have in that fort in Gibraltar?
Should be 4.
Oh, yep, so yeah. So
Yeah,
forts,
4.
forts have a capacity of 4, because they wouldn't let you rebase there.
Yep. Now we know it.
They count as basic airfields.
But what if you had a shit ton of them in a small area? That would be cool.
I mean,
Don't cry.
I guess you could have one for fighters to run intercept and one for bombers to actually like attack.
You have the big fucking sprawling base.
My country, 'tis of me. Let's get that done.
I do not recall what happens to fighters if their place of origin gets seized by an enemy, by the way. I do not know.
Probably get sunk.
They could get sunk, they could be auto-rebased other places, I don't recall.
Send it to Barry Jones' locker.
Possibly.
Not the Barry Jones.
They get sunk,
they're
they get
planes,
sunk
they
up to the Barry Jones locker in the sky.
No, they're planes. They go to Icarus's locker.
That's Icarus's
Oh,
locker.
that's
it's
what it
true.
was.
Περιμένω οδηγίες.
Even over the years.
Hello. That is the Greek war cry.
Hello there! As they're charging over the hill.
We are your friends!
You look across the fucking blasted no man's land, you just hear, hello there!
We have come to make ourselves known! Prepare to die!
Mm-hmm.
The Greeks are very polite about it.
You killed my father. Prepare to die.
To die.
You're gonna use the Autobahn. The German, the Egyptian Autobahn.
Hmm. Greek feet have touched an Autobahn.
Mm-hmm. You can see how whenever they enter the Autobahn,
do you feel about that,
their
German?
space go way faster.
What?
Greek feet have walked across an Autobahn.
It's not my Autobahn.
Mm-hmm.
It was your design, though. Theoretically,
Yeah,
unless you give it to the Egyptians.
Because it's too advanced for you.
Oh no. Hey, Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Can I buy some German workers from you?
No, because I'm building a
What
lot of
a
Autobahn.
roundabout way.
Whenever you're done, I can catch up then.
I'm not gonna sell them off to you, but if I am happy with the Autobahn I've constructed, maybe I'll expand some out to Greece.
Sure.
But I'm not. I won't be selling them.
Okay.
I need their funny road expertise.
Jawohl.
Maybe if William foolishly sells you more after I say this.
I will consider this.
If I wasn't so horribly busy with the 5-year plan, I would buy some more, but I am horribly busy with the 5-year plan. That is where 99% of all my money goes these days.
Well, I've decided I'm not selling any more to anyone, and I will pay to build Autobahn instead. So, or
But
I
this shit.
will receive payment to build Autobahn, which requires open borders.
What the shit deal? You're bad at business.
Says the one who wants my business.
I don't want your business. I want his business.
You want my workers.
I want the Autobahn. Because it's
Yeah.
the best road in the game, of course.
My road.
Gives the most
I mean,
movement.
are you laying claim to Egypt's roads then? Is
to the Egyptian
laying
road
claim to
that what
network?
you're saying?
I'm laying claim to the Autobahn.
Fuhrer.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, das Autobahn. It is literally a German word, yeah.
It is. He's got a point there, you know.
I guess those roads in Egypt belong to him, I guess.
Maybe the Egyptians thought it'd be funny to call it the Autobahn when the Egyptians invented it.
Whenever they invented it first and actually built it
When
first.
the Egyptians invented the Autobahn, they're
patent
like, what if we
belongs to
called
me,
it? What if
so
we
it's
called
fine.
it the Autobahn in honor of the German labor that built it with their hands?
Yeah,
The patent is
in
German.
my
I
eyes,
don't
it
know
might
if
as
you
well
want-
just be. It might as well just be Egyptian because they built it first.
The
Why are we
patent's in
promoting
German.
each
I don't
other
know what
so-
you want.
so-
The Egyptian
Why-
Autobahn
why are we
is
just provoking so
extremely
much?
extensive. It's like if you look at a map, it stretches from Jerusalem all the way down to fucking Ethiopia.
Bigger and better than the German ones, honestly.
I don't know. I'm getting probably pretty close to the amount of Autobahn he's built just because I have more German workers.
No, it's because I have to build it in the fucking desert! It makes everything take forever!
I mean, that is also a thing.
Makes everything take forever! It's like some of those tiles, 6 turns. It's like with 3 workers working on it, and while being a communist and having political commissars pointing guns at them, telling them, so you will build faster. Still, like 6 turns.
The laboratories are happening.
Thou must build faster. Thou must.
My GDP is going to skyrocket.
We'll have to see if the fucking communist utopia can keep up with the interesting Nazi building programs and how they do things.
Jawohl.
Have to see if the 5-year plan could keep up with the 4-year plan over there that the Germans have. And for some reason, the German 4-year plan is for free. I don't know. I don't understand that.
We do it by killing people.
Mm-hmm.
We
throw
take their
them
bones and we grind them into bricks and we lay the ground.
They throw them into the fucking production machine.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You will
We get
go
the
into
good
my
bits out
production
of them.
machine.
What do we have here? Just stretch out the tree. Okay.
Time machine.
My toy machine.
Haben Sie einen Plan?
I'm a general in America. Woo!
Mm-hmm.
I'm a patriotic American.
Him
That's my
being
national right.
him being Ric Flair is not what surprised me. It's like he was acting like Ric Flair while doing it and wooing and the like. And I was like, oh, okay.
Zur Aktion bereit. Was benötigen Sie? Zur Stelle.
No, that wasn't what I wanted.
Sagen Sie mir, was ich zu tun habe. Zu
Select all
Diensten.
button. There we go. Oh, it only selects those. Rude.
Alle zur Aktion bereit. Zur Aktion bereit. Zur Stelle.
Oh, it was separating them because they have the
Yeah,
new
different thingy.
thing. Jawohl. Getting more daycares built around.
Daycares that make your people sad, by the way. They give unhappiness.
I know. They give unhappiness, but the having men there to crack their skulls makes them happy again.
At the daycare.
Fine. At the daycare.
Mm-hmm.
So the armored cars get bogged down in the swamps too, right?
Yes?
Not the armored cars. I think it's just the tanks.
None of the armor cars are fine, so it's just the early tanks that can't do it.
Okay.
I think the early tanks and then the first medium tanks can't go through swamps, but then the late medium tanks can. And then all the Cold War era stuff can do it fine. So if you left the, you'd have to go, you can go around that way, yeah.
Send these guys up here to get some experience.
In 25 turns, that worker will build the road.
A single road, not even an autobahn.
The
How sad.
AI does not like massing their workers for projects. I don't know why.
Silly.
I don't know why. They like to just have one guy work on a thing, and it will take forever. They never
So
have
silly.
as many workers as they should have.
Hey, Sadie, get away from back there. Sadie trying to cause problems.
I don't think that the Egyptian Navy will ever be as big as the German and Greek Navy, but I don't have big spooky colonies like that. I mean, I do now in the Far East, but that's in an ocean that I like entirely control.
Dusseldorf's got that going. I want you. Come on, let me select the fucking city. Come on, I know you can do it.
If you click, the ships famously have really big hitboxes. That's not a bug, but that's just the ships tend to have really big hitboxes.
Okay. Yeah, you'll do a day camp before you do the lab. That'll let you finish that first.
Hey,
anyway.
buddy. Hey, Spooner. Hey, Spooks. What's up? What's up? What you doing?
All of you Go to sleep.
At some point, I need to do an audit of my entire empire and target cities that are not making as much money as their maintenance is, and fix that. I need to do that at some point, because I need every city to contribute these days.
Chicago will grow.
Are you experiencing any war weariness out of curiosity? Because you have been at war with the Polynesians for the past 1,000 years, it seems.
If I am, I don't think it's noticeable because I've been keeping an eye on it.
Okay. Just wondering. Just wondering if it'd be worth it to fucking end that war just to not have it running in the background. The do demand labor union. You can see, by the way, how I was saying it's like time can make it worse. There's only 2 of us have it, but you have a +4 on happiness with it.
Yeah, I see.
It compounds as more people adopt it. The poor countries that can't adopt labor unions at all, by the way. It's like, they get fucking shafted by that too.
Yeah, I don't think I have any war weariness going on.
Just wondering. Because I do think duration of war does increase war weariness, but it's so insignificant given the facts of the matter and your resistances to it on top of all that.
Mm-hmm. If anything, they probably are getting a lot more weariness out of it.
Maybe.
I do have Guernica.
You do.
Guernica.
I have Lublanka, and I did notice it working on Indonesia when I was at war with them. They started having massive unhappiness problems from a combination of the war weariness from losing cities constantly and having the effects of it amplified on them, and also the bombing campaign taking its toll and destroying all their resources, and the submarine blockade.
Mm-hmm.
Shock and awe is a very useful strategy. Are you going to put yourself more on a war footing?
I think I'm going to start doing it in some of my bigger cities. Like Ingolstadt, Springfield. Well, I should probably wait for the labor camp, but we'll just go ahead and do it. Don't want them to have the scientist anyway. If I've gotten them to the point where they have 3 or more engineers, I'm going to start moving them over. In the meantime, I'll just let them build up some great people points to hopefully maybe get another merchant somewhere. Flossenburg. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do it here too. Only reason you don't have more is because of the issue. Look at you, Duisburg. I'm really curious to see what the numbers are going to look like after this.
That city went from 83 production to 107 by going from the engineers to craftsmen, by the way.
Each one of these that I switch over doubles the production.
Yeah. If you had the industrious trait, the craftsman would be even more valuable. Like if you were a certain mustachioed man who has the industrious trait.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the industrious trait doubles production speed for making assembly plants, by the way. You know, those things that already are like a half the cost of what a normal machine tool factory is.
Mm-hmm.
Ramses has the industrious trait.
He builds pyramids.
He builds the pyramid.
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 It is a pyramid!
Not a tyranid. pyramid.
Really, I want you to go outside in your jungle home. I want you to pull a Tyrannid off of the ground and take a picture of it and send it to us. You holding it.
I can take a look. It's the rainy season has started, so I think all the bugs are hiding right now.
We have
Might
a
find
rainy
some worms,
season over
though.
here as well.
It doesn't look that bad out there right now, but it's been raining pretty decently, and it's probably gonna start getting worse as time goes on. My weather thing on my computer has told me there will be rain for days.
Same over here.
Rain for days, fam.
I think it's supposed to rain for the next 2 days. Moth, could you, like, go away? I don't know what you're even doing inside here. Go away. Go outside.
Oh, Nunavut, you don't even have a hydro plant yet. Get some workers to help you. How can you get in here? We'll just have you grow. Growth restraint? Oh, because you're unhappy, I see. Or you will be unhappy. That'll give you 5 happiness, though.
Mm-hmm. That international trade. Tasty, tasty.
And then we'll take away... Or, yeah, that'll add
You
some more
need to
happiness.
increase the financial value of this place, by the way, because you're sinking a lot of money in this place per turn.
Yeah, once I get the population up a little more, I'm gonna put some more merchants in here. But once I get the labor camp, I'm gonna have them do the bank, and then print shop, and by then we'll need more health.
The retail store gives health too,
And
so.
we'll look for that. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's 2 health. So that'll be good. They will grow. And then there's the Pacific territories. That will probably be starved into oblivion when the Greeks decide to blockade it.
Mm-hmm.
But oh well. They're just a colony. There's Gothenburg. You need to not be there. You need food. Okay. We will do it this way. We'll do the fishing docks first.
I think as of right now, Sweden controls the most northern city in the world. I'm just looking at it on the map.
Berlin, I want to stay just because they're about the only place I can guarantee I'm going to get great people.
Yeah. And there's plenty of free
That's
craftsmen
my
in Berlin,
final
so...
Yeah. Actually, we'll leave you because they generate culture here.
If I had a time of great terrors, I would consider shifting some of my engineers to craftsmen as well, even though it does cost me money since I have labor unions on. I am Egypt, which historically is very rich, and since I have the industrious trait, and also am a communist, I think I'll get like +9 production per craftsman.
That's real good.
+9 production and also plus food. +1 food per one, too. Through farming collectivization.
Yeah, it took about 5 seconds for me to watch myself do that. Oh, I should have checked my numbers before I did all this, even if it would have crashed everything.
Yeah, we have your numbers from the last session.
That's true.
It is 1919. It's time for an epidemic, and then the Spanish flu happens.
No.
That might be one of the
Everybody.
random events that's probably gonna fire.
It's
when
like
we get rid
every
of enough
city with
people.
over 25 population gets an epidemic that lasts for 5 turns.
Mr. Thompson, is the sky?
And then the epidemics that spring off of that will be normal through the infected trade routes that inevitably happen. I look at the stats and it's like we fucking lose like 800 million people total. Global population.
Oh.
It's like, oh, we've been all cut in half.
Horrific.
That would be nothing new for the Germans, though.
That would be catastrophic over in Egypt.
You're not building a funny camp.
If I had debug controls, I
you.
totally would do that every now and then. It's like have the Black Death events and stuff like that.
Rude.
I'd do it.
I know you would. It's time for Black Death.
Time for Black Death. All of your cities will now have their epidemic risk go up by 10% for the next 20 turns.
Yeesh.
Yay.
Oh, you fucking murdered me.
You would have an epidemic that would kick off, but you'd have that immune time, but you'd likely have multiple of them in that time period unless you had small and or healthy cities.
When I just start trimming the chaff.
That'd be in the Middle Ages, though.
No, that's true.
Black Death.
Can't spend population back then.
Nope. And it's hard to gain
You'd have a
population
similar
back then
thing.
because the agricultural yields are real low unless you're certain people.
We'd have a similar thing happen right now with the Spanish flu. As we were saying, and like, oh no.
Luckily, we could
At
bounce
least
back
the
from it pretty
recovery.
quickly. Yeah, we could
Yeah.
bounce back from it a lot faster than we could if it was the Middle Ages. But yeah, I would do that. I would do the migratory barbarian invasions, like you know, get to a point where it's like, oh, I'm gonna spawn a bunch of barbarians in Europe, and this in like the fucking 400 ADs,
Oh.
that kind of stuff.
Careful. Keep rolling around in the window. You'll fall out.
No, she won't. It's got a screen on it.
No, the other way. She'll fall in.
Oh. Oh, okay.
And she'll bump her little head and it'll make me sad.
It's fine, cats are immune to
Oh,
fall
shit.
damage.
They are. It's weird.
Jackie, I have not seen you in a few hours. Meh!
William,
Meh!
I'm going to blurse you now.
Mm-hmm.
You are now a futanari.
Jackie!
Don't know how to feel about that.
That's why it's a blurse.
I think I'm unhappy with this.
You become a very luscious black woman, but with a large throbbing penis.
I don't want this.
It would be large and it would be throbbing.
It has to be. It's porno rules.
That's fair.
Well, your profit margins
Okay,
in
and
Breslau
now we'll
are
go back to the-
fantastic. A lot of your cities have
Oh,
very
yeah,
narrow.
Breslau makes me a shitload of money.
A lot of your cities have very narrow profit margins, but Breslau's is massive.
We would do to you what we did to Tyler when we cursed him with the weird orgasms. We would turn you into an internet sensation, and we would profit off of you.
Mm-hmm.
As you should. I mean, that's free money.
Passive income.
Mm-hmm.
You telling me I just get to nut on camera and people pay me?
It's true.
Sign me up. And I got tits. I mean, I like tits.
I mean, you're basically a fully functioning hermaphrodite, is what you have become.
I am the best of both worlds, but
It's true.
I was not expecting this with my life.
No, I don't think anyone would be.
This makes my self-identity feel weird.
You would become an icon of the LGBT
He would become.
community.
I would slay. I would.
I think you would.
I would eat. Is that a thing?
You would have ate, no crumb.
I used that right. I hope I used that
so.
right.
I think so.
Well fed.
I am well fed.
I'm well.
I am corn fed.
Plump and juicy.
Corn fed, no GMO, baby.
But I know who's about to be.
Cornbread, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
Nuts onto the
Oh
lens of the
my
camera.
god.
From a sitting position.
Oh my god.
Whoa,
You can't
my
do
God.
that.
I was thinking of like all of like the LGBT fucking like slang terms and like fucking altering them. Like instead of spill the tea, it's like splash the water. And things like that. I was just thinking about looking up a list of them, like creating alternates.
Slay. Murder.
Strike.
Revive. Strike.
Boy, strike.
Boycott.
It's been too long. I'm gonna do this. I feel it. I must.
You're gonna press the things and the stuff, or are you just doing a precautionary save? There you go.
Just a precautionary save. So much production. I am powerful. Come on, I know you can do it. There we go. That. And there's one more. And that on there. I don't need you bitching and moaning when the shooting comes. Alright, we made it back around. So I'm gonna save it again.
Hell yeah.
I'd be willing to bet that I am really up there in industrial capacity now.
Uncle.
Nope. I can build a new, Sunny Man. I need to build a new Sunny Man.
A new Suleiman.
No, Sunny Man.
Suleiman, the Magnificent. Don't you know he is magnificent? He is your pasha.
No, not my pasha. Oh, mein pasha. Mein faja. That's for now, because you're gonna have to make probably make another Jew here in a minute. Gotta pump another one out of the Jew factory.
Tyler, I curse you to be in the Illuminati.
But what if they're not the real brother?
Well, they are, and you're in it.
You have no proof of this. You sound crazy right now.
Under what qualifications did he get into the Illuminati?
The qualifications of magic. And they do notice that he is not like the rest of them. That's why it's a curse.
Oh.
I see. I see what you have done to our friend, William. Gipsiero, doby-dabby-doo. My foreskin is no longer mine.
It belongs to God.
It belongs to the God of Hebrews.
Shalom.
To Yahweh. It has gone to Yahweh.
L'chaim. And also, you don't say Yahweh. They have like a whole other weird whisper language they use for it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not a Jew.
It shows, honey. It shows.
Is there already a railroad here? Oh, there is. Oh, okay, I thought there wasn't a railroad there yet. We're gonna go down here. We're gonna first free these animals, as they do not deserve to be in captivity, much like citizens. Neither man nor beast deserves to be in bondage.
I would just so love to give you Autobahn.
Well, yes, because then you.
I want to give it to you. Please, just pay me to give it to you.
But you would. But then you would feel like I owe you.
No, I said pay me to give it to you.
He wants you.
I know,
He
but
wants
it
a
gives you-
transaction.
It gives you power over me.
I want your money so that I can continue my deficit spending.
But I don't want to give you my money. We want to deficit spend to break the world order.
I don't see why you care about that.
Because I am part of the world.
I mean, you know I'm also gonna be blockading, right? And that you will probably have civilians that die because I will be sinking their ships.
I mean, what ships of mine are you going to be sinking?
Your trade ships.
Theoretically.
When I blockade.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Theoretically, yeah.
I share a massive land border with the Greeks. so-
Honey, we've been having land trade forever. I don't think that's going to matter. We'll find a way.
Mhm.
I've had the Silk Road. We'll reopen the Silk Road.
Fair enough.
My land border with Greece is large.
Hello, I am Greek. Samuel is my friend.
an important part of the world order.
I did.
Thank you, my friend.
I did on dime give Tyler a negative on the D part, the diplomacy part.
It's diplomatically hard to root for you.
It is.
As I look at the cows that you just you stole from my people's mouths.
It makes
Oh yeah, I need to trade those back to you.
not really the resource that he's interested in. He's interested
It's
in the
the
tile.
workable tile.
Yeah, he wants the food income.
The Greeks, they take the meat from that particular tile, and then they chop it up on the border, and then they have a big feast. And then they say, "We kept the hooves for you. Would you like these? You
And
can
I
put
know-
it in your cans."
I know the Greeks feel like that's just something that just happened, and it's like, you know, like unavoidable, and it's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean for that to happen. But the Greeks did naturally have a plus 20% culture bonus, and then chose to adopt representation, giving all their specialists plus 1 culture, and then stole the Sistine Chapel from me, which gave another plus 2 culture to all specialists, giving them 3 base culture for all specialists, while also running a great person build, meaning that they had specialists everywhere, meaning that they had a huge base culture rate with a higher modifier than other people because they naturally had it. So it's not something that just happened. It was something the Greeks did repeatedly
Greece is an
over a
important part
period
the
of
world
years.
order, Jordan.
I like great people.
So, to call them a villain,
Our relationship with
not
Greece is complicated,
false.
okay? It is really
It's so-
complicated.
Just that I am the one who's finally taking a stand for it, and I must suffer the consequences.
All of us
The
accept
Nazis
that Greece is
do-
problematic, but the Nazis come out, it's like, what if we kill all of them? And we're like, I don't know if I want to go that far.
the
I don't
Nazis
want to
do
kill
desperately
all of
want
them,
to.
but I do want some breathing room.
The Nazis do desperately want to paint themselves as the hero, saying it is for Lebensraum.
I have never said that.
Look,
I have
you're
never
allowed to
once
spread-
said
you're-
that I just
look,
want
you're-
territory to stay in.
Look, you're allowed to spread your propaganda. I'm allowed to spread mine.
And I will vehemently oppose such propaganda because it's not my propaganda. Fuck you.
Give me this.
How many plagues did you tell your people were my fault?
This.
All of them.
It's like
long
every
after
last
the
one of
issue was-
them.
Long after the issue it was clear it was no longer
Because
of
my
doing.
people are perfectly healthy, and you can tell because we keep our own air to ourselves.
Oh God.
All right, I have all these cities that grew now. This is gonna be a whole thing.
Oh fuck! I have my
Fondi. 7 tennis.
I shall be right back. I'm going to walk the doggo and tell my woman I love her. She may have forgotten.
She forgot, yeah. Mariandal. Fene.
Today is payday for me. Yay. And I think Haley gets paid next Friday, and then I get paid the Friday after that. Oh, it's such a good month. I do have to pay my student loans out of this check, though, which is annoying.
Bulueo.
My minimum payment is like $320, but I've been putting $400 in to try and pay off my lowest one first. My lowest one is also my highest interest rate.
Kumasi.
It would have been really cool if, you know, they had done some student loan forgiveness. It would have been really cool.
I don't want to talk about that. That'll just get me hot and I'll start yelling. I just start thinking about it in my head saying, no, I don't want this. Ooh, that's a little...
It just personally affects me.
Mm-hmm. Personally affects my family as well. My mother was really hoping for all that stuff. And
I'm
it does
sure my
personally-
mother as well,
And it does
but we
personally
already
affect
have
me because eventually my mother does say, "Hey, you got some money for me?" I'm like, "No, I don't. It's mine." So I was really rooting for that as well. So that that problem wouldn't become my problem all the time. Fix that 14 turns. Obey. Prothypourgos. I think I'm gonna be doing this for a hot minute.
It's
Peace.
okay. I had my audit as well.
This is just all the cities that grew.
Mm-hmm.
It's like millions.
It is a mini audit.
Definitely need to get the agricultural machine depots built on. I am starting to get a lot of cities that got the awkward numbers, and so they're not cool. Cajon. No, we need a craftsman to calm that down. Let's get a save in here. Luba. Burundi. Bangui. Rwanda.
In this version, I forget. Does being I forget the term. It's what I am. Progressive. Does being progressive give science in this version?
Yes, it's like 5% science output.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what it is in the other one. I just wasn't sure if it was the case in this one.
Jakarta size 34. About to go up to 38. It's at 24 million people.
So many people.
That's 15 engineers, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We have, not only do we have the chevron with the chevron with the chevron, we have another guy next to it, and he's got a chevron.
Mm-hmm. What's that one other city you got in like the middle of Africa that's also got that going on?
Bayadom.
Bayadom,
In the
yes.
middle of Africa. God bless the plains.
Outside
down
of my capital,
Africa.
Payatom is one of the crowns of my country.
It is a beautiful gem.
If you believe, if you just believe what the world tells you, that's the best song by Toto. But if you ask Jordan, it's not.
Shunks.
Yeah, a thing with
That is the only
a
song
thing
I
with this
know of.
playthrough, Jordan, is Egypt has had the most people in their country through a lot of it. Mongolia had it for a bit, but in ancient times it was Egypt, and then in modern times it's been Egypt. And only when it wasn't was the Middle Ages.
When my population surged for some reason.
I think I have like
Your
200
population
million.
surged.
I think I have like 200 million more people than the person in second in population.
We were just able to get Tex first because you expanded really quickly over a lot of territory, and
It was
you've
just-
just been behind
did.
ever since.
He always had he had the luxury of China, and
Mm-hmm.
was really big. So by that virtue, he had a huge population.
The Nile did provide.
And then
I
we
had the
figured out how to
Khamet
use
farm.
fertilizers and shit.
I had the Khamet farm. I can't quite explain why I'm so big now. I think it's just a combination of the policies I put forward has made it that way. I don't want that.
Mongolia had to become the Mongolian Empire, and we did, and we're happy with that.
You did. You just did it
we're at.
really early, considering.
Well, I had to do it whenever I had all the really good Mongol shit.
I understand why you did it,
Jerusalem.
but you have been technologically behind ever since because it took so long to digest all
You
of it.
and I are on pace.
They're about technologically even.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying that we're not.
That
I took a
shit-
lot of territory as well. Most of North America was relatively quickly, which is why I am
Should
behind.
that?
I am picking back up though. I am becoming
We both are.
once more.
I think you might be generating the most science at 30% out of all of us.
I slashed my
I'm
budget.
making a little bit more. I'm saying at 30%.
Yeah.
Because I'm making like 10,000, and I think the Mongolians are making 11,000.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, am I? I didn't even realize it was that high now.
I noticed these numbers. Okay.
It's just the GDP and purchasing power and all that. The GDP directly will show you. Oh my god, am I done?
And he also has a lot of scientists.
I did it. My god, I did it.
That became a mark of Mongolia. Was we've had a lot of really smart people, but you can only do so much over such a wide area. We would have men who would be doing advanced fucking calculus right next to a child who was eating horse dung.
Because you did have the Mongol Chaw.
Mongolia
Chaw.
has a noted shithole problem, where there's a lot of places in Mongolia that are backward shitholes and don't contribute to the empire.
It's getting better.
Is a noted problem that has been getting better. I would like it to get better a lot faster, and every time I administrate you for a little bit, I try making sweeping reforms, but then I'm never in power long enough to ensure they happen.
Cause it's fixing. It's fine. You know, it's fine. It's working out.
What's your name?
Butcher name? Why would you butcher someone's name? Why would you do that?
Call me by your name.
I knew you
Tell
would
me you
sing
love
that.
me in private. It's a good song.
I remember when he wanted to be a country music star.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to that. The answer is money.
I think. Is he not still doing those? Wasn't his last album like a country-ish one?
I have no idea. It's just I just saw an unbroken streak for years of him being a rapist. Okay.
He kind of got shunned by
To be honest.
the country community for being gay.
Oh, I wonder what factors could have possibly led to him being shunned by the country music community.
And then he realized.
But that's
the
the
gay
whole
community really liked
no.
him.
What you're saying is technically true, but that was what was the impetus of his first big hit. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the
Old Town
country
Road.
groups did accept him because he was a hit then. And then years happened after that where there was no country to be found. There was dancing on the stripping pole while rapping. That was to be found. And I remember I remember part of his bio being that he wanted to be a country music star. So I'm like, what happened to that? And I'm saying what happened to that was profits.
Oh yeah.
It's like this other thing is both easier and will make me more money.
Yeah. I kind of feel like he only got off with the community the first time because he had Billy Ray on there.
Yeah. I mean, that was the whole concept of that. But they started accepting him because it's like, ooh, this guy is popular. We like that. Because even in the country music industry, they know, green is the absolute color. That is the color they care about most.
Green is not a creative color.
Green is a color that makes the world go round, okay?
The only other black one I can think of is Darius Rucker. And I think he was the main singer in Hootie and the Blowfish before he went to country music. Although I do like his voice and I like some of his songs.
Hootie in the Bloot.
Well, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey.
I know that, like when Montero came out, that was my first thought, because at that point it had been a couple years since the horse with no name, or whatever the name of that song was.
I'll take my horse and a
that one.
goddamn
Old Town Road.
ball.
That one. I take my horse on that goddamn road, and I bowl the bowling pin, and I sleep with the woman, and whatever that song said.
Whatever that fucking song actually was.
I remember, like, cause, I'm totally disconnected from current music, right? And so that song came out, was a huge hit, and I never once heard it. And then, like, literally 2 years after the fact, I was like, you know what? I like this song. It's like, oh yeah, it's like everyone heard it and we're sick of it by then because of how much radio play it got. It's like, but I never heard it because, I'm not typically near no radios.
I was working at the bowling alley when that song came out.
That's why I made reference to, it's like, and I bowl my pins because I just, that sounds like a song that would play in those types of places constantly. It's like
It's really just like
catchy
top
and...
50s. Yeah, we just put on a top 50s playlist usually. And it's on, we used Sirius XM, so it would just go through those in a shuffle, and then it would shuffle them around again. So I heard a lot of the most popular songs over and over again.
Maddening.
That was when I first heard the Sound of Silence too, though. So it was actually the top 50s. It wasn't
the
just
Disturbed
Hello,
version.
darkness, my old
Yeah.
friend.
The first time I heard that song, I heard it
Here to
because
fuck
I used
with
to
you
watch
again.
Conan's talk show, and he had him on the talk show, and he did his performance on there, and it was extremely popular. I think the YouTube clip of that has like 100 million views or something like that.
I'd absolutely believe it.
But I like Coco. I like him. I like that man.
Coco Shakur.
I like Coco. In 3 turns, the Greeks will get the World War II army going. And then you'll have to pay that dark price for it.
What if I became a rapist? Yeah, and I joined the Bloods, and I got like my tibia and fibula removed. Yeah, so I just have my femur and then my feet, and I act all hard and gangsta. I call myself a little Tupac.
Lil Tupac. Lil Tupac, the greatest rapist that ever's been. That's a thing I like doing, by the way. I like adding ists at the end of words because I think they're always funny. And rapist is one of my favorites.
Because it also connotates
For
something
obvious
else.
reasons, I like rapist. Rapist, fightist, wrestlist.
Racers.
Racist. That's another one I've used.
A racist.
I've used that. I remember my father watching NASCAR. It's like, look at those goddamn racists.
He's like, how do you know that? It's like, I don't mean that like that, Dad.
He immediately got the joke because he's been around me my whole life, so he knows that I like to just say things sometimes.
That's good.
But I like adding ists to words because I think that's fun.
La da dee dee da la bell beep beep. Va la zula da vastili.
I will wait to ask the question.
Va la zula faustista
I love the idea of Bal Azul. I imagine him wearing a black cloak and he says that and a light appears behind his head. Bal Azul.
Of course, my first album would be a cover album.
It would be a cover album.
Let me just put that out there for everybody. Everybody would be so happy.
We have to start a playlist on our YouTube channel for Tyler song covers. I think what we do, right, is you sing the song cover that you're doing, and then for the music video, we had like AI art of like what we felt whenever we heard you sing the lyric, like I just described in the black robe with the light behind. It's like Zool, and we just like shift between image to image as you're singing the gibberish.
It is art.
It would be art. It would be original.
We need to get to here, actually. Do that. And we'll get the boat.
I will simply make this statement, Tyler. I know you're going to be trying to put him in Rome, but I will be willing to spend millions of lives to take that city from you.
That's nice. It won't happen.
Okay.
Not with these pitiful forces.
Mm-hmm.
And not with these either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're not gonna attack me, so like, I can wait.
I am a good waitist.
Mm-hmm.
I've never declared war on anybody once.
Not once in the long history of
Like
things.
looking at fucking South America, it's like never once.
They peacefully accepted our reign because they could not govern themselves.
They were all unorganized down there, and they accepted Greek organization.
No, I don't know why you're using this doublespeak. I'm a literal Nazi.
What are you, a demon?
No, I am a nationalsozialistisch.
Ew.
He believes in Thule.
Look, I have
We
a
are
settler.
superior.
I have a
We
settler
have
as
perfect
well.
blood.
I have a settler in the
I
center
want to
of
settle
Africa.
him right here.
You can't. It has to be within 2 spaces of a city. But I have a settler in Africa, like Central Africa, and I don't actually know what I was going to use him for. And so I just look at him every now and then, don't know where to put him. I guess I should probably send him to the Far East now that I think about it, because I was planning on settling a bunch of cities over there. I'll have to do that on my turn.
Europe is full. You're not going to be able to fit anything here.
I don't think it's physically possible to settle any cities in Europe at this point.
I would have to settle the islands.
Yeah.
I've
Go
already
ahead.
settled Eritrea lately.
Go ahead.
It's like you could settle islands. It'd be difficult to find islands.
Crete hasn't
that
been settled.
don't- Oh, I see what you're trying
That
to do.
one is
there.
fine.
I see what you're trying to do there.
I see. You're trying to antagonize me and him. That is a bad idea because he is a good friend of mine.
You're the one looking to cause problems right now.
Look at him putting words in my mouth. Monster. Demon, even. He's putting actions in my hands I don't know what to do.
Your hands are so tied.
They are?
I just noticed you're spending a lot of money right now.
I'm trying to make sure my my infrastructure is good.
I'm not talking about your infrastructure. I'm just saying you got a lot of troops, and those troops cost money.
You'll go bankrupt far before I will.
I'm not trying to bankrupt you.
Okay, you're silly.
Start making AA guns now I think about it. 6, 7, 8. No.
Hello! Hello, Plintenberg!
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Biplanes. You have one.
Mm-hmm.
The Germans
like
will
I need 'em
likely
right now.
get a modern Luftwaffe within the next 12 turns or so.
And I shall jump into the 60s by then.
Well, I wouldn't count on that, Tyler, because you've been relying on tech transfer for a long time. And I don't know if you noticed this, but when I became a communist, my GDP fell down the fucking hole. And so, you're not going to be able to rely on Egyptian techs anymore. You're going to start getting up to my level and then passing me, and then techs are going to get a lot more expensive. Because these goddamn layabouts, as I look at the Germans and Mongols, right, they've been getting loads of tech transfer for fucking centuries, while I've been fucking taking the hard route and researching new techs all the time. And now you people can deal with that. And then I can be a layabout who gets tech transfer.
I don't mind. I can take over the reins. You can transfer off of me now.
Because getting a fresh new tech takes like 15 fucking turns.
Torpedoes. Off you go, boyo.
Fun fact,
Plenty of troops in
that
there.
female spy model was the spy model for the original game, and then whenever they had Beyond the Sword, they got rid of that model. Then Invictus brought it back for some. Some countries, when they get to the more modern times, their spy models are specific. I think like the United States and Russians, for example, have their own models when they get to
I remember a man with a briefcase.
Yeah, they
There's
get
a
like
button to select all of them.
they get like KGB and like CIA looking guys and stuff like that. But
Maybe
people who
one day
don't
I'll
have
be the
like a
first,
specific modern spy, they don't tend to get one.
Maybe one day I'll be the first to research a tech. Maybe.
No,
Maybe.
unless
Don't worry,
there's
Sam. There's still hope.
absent a nuclear holocaust, that's not gonna happen.
Oh.
Yeah, you're too far behind in techs. You're too far behind in techs, and around the exact time that we start researching modern techs, we're gonna lose the malice, the ahead of time malice. So there's not gonna be that time where the ticket master says that we have to sit here for a minute. So we will
such things.
we will just move on to the modern era for the first time. We will go to for the first time since the moving from the ancient era to the classical era. We will transition from one era to the other without having to be held back for a bit. Because the tech jump in the industrial age is fucking serious. I would say part of the reason the tech jump in the industrial age, by the way, is so high is because in the same era in which they make your economy really good is the same era where they make expansion easier than ever before. And so whenever people enter the industrial era, they then expand to a huge degree, thus increasing the cost of all the techs.
Makes it a difficult hump for the backwards people to make up.
It makes the industrial era a difficult hump to get through. Yeah. We are slightly...
The Rio Grande Valley has just become a gigantic camp for
yeah,
soldiers.
I would love to see what the border looks like from fucking space. But, yeah, we're a bit ahead of time, like, tech-wise, but not massively so. I'd say at this point we're probably 20 years ahead.
I like how we were in the Renaissance. For
Yeah,
example.
we're not, because, I mean, we discovered the New World in, like, the year 1200. But now we're only, like, 15, 20 years ahead of time at this point. Like, the atomic bomb is likely to get invented in the 1920s. Let's put it that way. I theoretically could have invented the atomic bomb 10 years ago, and have chosen not to, in the purpose of not causing radical world tensions. Because if I had done that, then this currently would be going on with the capability of making nuclear weapons.
I think I'm gonna have every one of my forts have 2 planes. Minimum. Interception planes.
Not a bad idea.
I, for one, am very thankful that the threat of nuclear weapons is not right there on the horizon.
Yeah, I didn't.
Honestly, I can probably build a fort on top of that.
I have chosen not to try to. I have chosen not to split the atom for the bomb unless someone else starts doing it, and then I'll do it. And I most certainly will get it done quick because I have engineers in stockpile and I have the 5-year plan, so I can't just clap my hands and make it happen. And then the nuclear options would be available. I also have the world's largest uranium supply, meaning that I could theoretically produce nuclear weapons at a faster rate than anyone else.
Go here. Look, horsies.
I just got rid of all my horses. It's like, so getting rid of horses is a very new concept.
Giddy up, horsey. Hippocon. We'll put you over here. Oh. Did not realize.
You simply must save when the turn starts. You simply must. We have not yet had to go back a whole bunch of time, and I would like not to make that happen.
That turn took a while.
It did. My turn took a while because I had every city grow, basically.
Hi, kitty.
I'm gonna have to start writing like a queue of things I want to do on my turns, so that I can just remember them when my turn comes. Because I'm like building up the navy. I'm building up the first tank divisions. There was something else I was wanting to do, and I don't recall. Oh yeah, I need to get settlers ready for expanding in the east. I wanted to create marine corps, specifically tied to specific troop transports, to make port attacks easier. I'm gonna get all that shit done. I need to continue the 5-year plan. I'm a busy boy.
Nini, you're so cat. I love you. Mwah.
Bark, bark. I hear it.
We do the click clack and there's a bark bark.
I had never made the labor camps before, so I'm not used to that sound. Willie, how far have you gotten in your single-player Invictus adventures, like tech-wise?
The farthest I've gotten is like mid-industrial era.
So this is the farthest you've gotten, then?
Oh yeah, by a long shot. I am still learning lots of stuff.
The farthest I've gotten is once helicopters start happening. Like the very beginnings of the modern era. Na 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 na
Ha 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 he he ha. Lee 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 lee.
Wrong one. Get out of here. It's a dreadnought. Okay. There we go.
What does the asterisk mean? Does that mean loop? Like, repeat?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's alt click.
Yeah. I finally have, like, a Navy composition I'm doing. Eventually I'll have to add aircraft carriers to it. Sooner rather than later, actually. Na 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 na. In 2 turns, the Mongols will figure out how to make dreadnoughts. The Greeks will figure out how to have World War II infantry going. It's like World War II infantry, machine guns. Not yet able to get the mountain infantry of World War II. It's like one of the 2 things you need for it. You'll have to start making semi-automatic rifles instead of firearms. You'll have to make war factories now. You'll have a new resource. I do believe with those semi-automatic rifles, that means that we have unlocked the last version of the foreign trained soldiers you can have. There's like a World War II version, I believe. I think they look like fucking Aussies. They have the fucking the cap with the upward on the one end. Mm-hmm. I will say when we do start the another playthrough of Invictus in the future, it does kind of startle the mind whenever you start over again. Whenever you got to this point of the game, like just how grand everything is, to then go back to the beginning. It's like, man, all the numbers are real small. It's like I remember when we were originally doing this and we were in the Middle Ages, and people would say things. I was like, don't worry, things get wild. The numbers get nuts. You start having cities just producing things for no reason. They just have many things in them.
Got the Autobahn to Buffalo. Now we make it to Detroit.
So that Diderot. So I'm going to divide my forces between proper armies, defensive corps. I'm going to have the Marine Corps. I'm eventually going to have Airborne Corps. I'm going to have armored divisions. I'm basically creating division templates like it's Hearts of Iron. Seven, 8,
Yay,
9,
Mongol
10,
turn!
11, 12.
I waited patiently.
I need like a little. I need
Just
to take
make
a
sure you
sticky
save.
note pad and put it on the wall
So
and
did
like
you not
have my
save at the end of your turn?
templates on them.
No.
People like to live dangerously.
You need chill out, baby.
She goes, "Oh no!"
She is fucking sprinting.
Mm-hmm. Probably just laid an egg.
I don't know why that makes them want to sprint.
'Cause they're lighter.
I feel light. I no longer have that shackle.
Der er Judith Halsen Mund.
The phenomenon of cats having the zoomies after defecating is called poop euphoria.
They're like, I feel alive!
Defecation stimulates the release of endorphins, which are natural mood boosters that induce a feeling of euphoria. After emptying,
Cats are a bit extra with it, I guess.
After emptying the pressure from a full bladder or bowel, it leads to a burst of energy due to the relaxation of pressure.
Yeah, that all makes sense.
Some experts believe that cats having zoomies is an evolutionary instinct that helps a cat escape predators after leaving behind a strong-smelling odor that would reveal their presence.
And he's like, I made a stinker and I gotta go!
I gotta go before people
run.
find out!
Can't let them know. Ah, I never put the hot spring park here. Get on back there. Get on a train.
Yeah, Jackie doesn't go crazy after pooping. He does slightly. He likes to he gets clawy after. He'll go over to like the scratching post and he'll really start tearing into it, and then after that he'll chill out.
I wonder if it's maybe more of an issue with female cats.
Maybe.
Because I had a male cat whenever I was in Arizona, and he was also existed in an entire state of chill.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever saw him have the zoomies once, pooping or otherwise.
I found, generally speaking, that male cats tend to be more chill than female cats. Male cats tend to be more lovey-dovey, I would say. More let me touch you and touch me type activity. But yeah, I do like that they have a term for it. Poop euphoria.
It does give me a giggle.
I feel that in the mornings. If you do some deep deficit spending, you could possibly get ballistics in the next turn. Maybe. I'd say it's a borderline. But it would probably have to be some deep deficit spending. A couple thousand gold. Probably have to go down the drain.
Where the heck? What? No.
What's going on?
Go over here. No, and I was
Having a stroke.
No, I just didn't know why that plane was in Gongju, because I don't remember telling a plane to rebase itself or build one in Gongju. And I queue up my planes in groups of 4, and there wasn't 4 planes. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Okay, now I need to build a solar cultist.
You should save.
I say it's the beginning of my turn.
I know, you should save though. You've just done you basically did your turn. So before you continue to do additional stuff, you should save so that you don't have to do your turn again.
How long will it take you to build a man of the cult? A while. Yeah, we'll just take one turn off of off of that armament industry to get the cultist. We love cults of the solar variety.
Utar will get a guy in 14 turns. There we go. There's the food income I was looking for. Let's get the power going in the city. Get that for money. For money purposes. That's good, and that's good. Making nothing and spending shit tons here, so we need to rectify that post-haste. Let's get you... Get you and then you. We have a custom
Now that
house.
I've got the labor camps going, there might actually be some man crop I can start harvesting.
Maybe.
I need to take a look at that on my turn.
There we go, that's much better. Get that going, and then they'll have some money going. And that should all still be good, so we'll get the industry pumping in. And by then, we're going to need more food, so we'll do that. And then by that point, they'll have a health problem, so you'll get that, and then that'll all be fixed. Now, I don't have to look at that city for a while. And that should just resolve itself. Baghdad had an epidemic, but it's fine. Just, whoa. You're working there. Working there. The desert slow everything down. And you need to go to the far east. Five, 10, 15, 20.
ايه الخطة؟
Oh. A canticle for Leibowitz. Leibowitz.
ايه الخطة؟ يا عم.
Willie, you're being asked a question.
I just don't have the
William, have you read
Oh.
the Canticle of Leibowitz?
the
Leibowitz.
Canticle of Leibowitz?
Ooh, I've heard of that
can't
before.
Matilda tank. I want to make these tanks first.
I've heard of it, I don't remember it.
I can't say I know that one.
Liba sheets.
It's really important and famous. I don't remember it.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Let's cancel you. And we will build you.
Ah! Yeah!
Oh, I got. I got. I just wanted to claw it back. It's like, no!
Yeah. Understandable.
Stylianos.
Alright. I know.
I didn't get to do my 5-year plan spending. I'm sad.
I feel like my debut single would be something really weird and esoteric. Like fully having a weird, like 7/12 beat going on the drums while screaming into a microphone in a language I don't actually speak and have only known so many words from, but it's just about the emotion.
God, these the emotions.
Doesn't seek emotions.
Because sometimes you just want to scream into a microphone.
Yeah, that's emotions.
And I do like the nuclear post-apocalyptic. I also, if you ever find any stories that are like modern but also cosmic horror, I would also like to read those. I'm trying to lick in my mouth, baby girl. You can't do that.
Father, I'm hungry.
No, she's not. You have food all over. Yes, you do. Here's 2 food bowls, and you got the snuff mat.
You have a snuff film?
You make a
Not
snuff
a
film.
snuff film. No.
I'm making a snuff film for Sadie.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be the.
Is that the name of the
title.
movie?
It's
Yeah.
the title of the movie, and the snuff film is like the. It's like Zach and Miri make a porno. Like the movie is about them making the porno. It is not about the porno.
Hmm.
So
I
is it
see,
a
I see.
rom-com? Because that's what that's the end all be all of Zack and Miri.
I feel it might be a black comedy.
Okay.
Like, it might have some jokes that don't land, but it
I
will
did
be
love-
up people's alley.
Yeah, spoiler alert, I did love at the ending of Zack and Miri Make a Porno. The business they make, Zack and Miri Make Your Porno. I feel like that could go far. I feel like that's a worth idea.
I think that one's going places.
I feel like that could go places, you know?
Ooh, has Greasy's made snuff films?
Yeah, we fucking
Not
grabbed
legally.
We
Holland.
grabbed Tom
We
Holland and sent him to
abducted-
Serbia.
We
We
give
produced many.
him a
Was that
pistol in some scenes, and we tell him,
fucking
blow
dumped
that
him.
one's brains out.
We dumped him in a fucking truck. And, like, we put him in the back of a trunk of a car and like drove him off. And then they woke up after
He doesn't
being on a
remember
plane.
half of it because of how many opioids he was
He
on.
woke up once on a fucking airfield with us. And then that's when whenever I raised my hands because he called the cops, the little bastard. He snuck a phone in somehow. And he called the cops, and that's whenever I cracked Tyler over the head and said, "Oh, he held me hostage!" And Tyler goes to prison for like 20 years.
I didn't forget that. That's why I'm in charge of Hollywood
That's
now.
why
and
he's in
you're
charge
making
of
my
Hollywood.
shitty
He
films.
makes me do the films, yeah. That's the whole lore of it.
I give you a movie to make. It's like, oh fuck.
When we got busted, I described it as I hit him over the back of the head with the strength of a man who desires freedom. And and while he was out, I blamed it all on him when he couldn't defend himself. And they just took my word for it.
And those chuffs believed me.
Mm-hmm. Medic 2 elite
That's a
tanks.
little cuddle bug. Yes, she is.
6, 7,
She
8,
got
9.
all in my lap, and she's laying all over me, and she just sits here and takes it when I give her kisses. She waits patiently to attempt to kiss back, but I don't let her.
You don't let your
Not
dog
fair.
give you kisses?
She has dog mouth.
But love.
Get over it. I don't
Like
want to be
wash?
kissed either.
I don't want her licking my face. I will let her lick, like, my hands, my arms. She'll lick
Jackie-
my legs if I'm laying down.
Jackie loves to lick, and every time he licks me, I react as if I'd just been tased. I do a jolt, and I'm like, no, stop it. Don't do that. I don't want that.
What do you think of rosy kisses?
They're fine. They're not wet. They don't stink. They don't hurt. Okay. Cat licks sometimes hurt. If they're really getting into it, you'll start turning fucking red.
Sadie also will lick the walls, which I will remind have lead paint
lead.
underneath.
That's where your ships went. They went to dock.
Yeah, how dare you just sit your shit on my border?
Don't worry about that.
So many provocations.
Asking all these questions. Always asking questions. Accusing.
Mm-hmm. Girl, why you bugging? Oh, that girl, that just my cousin. You want to know the truth and how I feel? Stop tweet watching so I know it's real.
Stop tweet watching.
That guy went on Nick Cannon's Wild and Out, and I think he's still on that show.
Well, shit. Does anyone want some limestone? I just found out that there is some over here.
I think you would want limestone because I think you have the statue of David. So your stonecutters produce culture and money uniquely.
Yeah. I guess that is true.
Τι χρειάζεστε?
People say that a man is made out of mud. A poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. You got a mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day.
I have 3 army compositions now. I have a basic army, I have a defensive force, and then I have tank armies.
Oh my food to the company store, come on.
I need somewhere I can put that, where I can see them, without having to dig through my notebook for them.
And I was born on a morning when the sun didn't shine. Picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal and the straw ball said, well, bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and you're deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can go. I owe my soul to the company store. I just want someone to step on my back.
Mm-hmm.
Just snap me like rice paper.
I mean, I can do that thing I do.
No, you scare me.
You hurt. You bring only pain.
You make me feel a tingle, and I don't like that.
The tingle is good. It's
No.
a good thing.
No.
A tingle, it makes my head a twingle.
I think
The
chiropractors
tingle.
wax, personally, and others. And
Oh,
they're-
absolutely,
they're,
but it do feel
they're
good.
faux science.
Then why you do it to us?
'Cause it
You
feels
monster.
I don't want you to break me.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to be paralyzed.
Yes, you.
Yes, you do.
Not by you. Otherwise, I have to sue you for my disability.
Mm-hmm. That'd be unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. You want to pay my medical bills?
No, I'll just say he shouldn't have let some random guy just fucking
Yeah,
break
you
his
shouldn't
back.
say that's not a defense. No, that'd get you an instant judgment against you if you said that.
Look, Your Honor, he was asking for it.
Mm-hmm.
Judge, he said, look.
Mm-hmm.
He loses. And it's like, well, what do you
Summary
know?
Judgment.
Makes it easier for me. 20 years jail.
God, it's a civil trial to go to jail.
I'm
Oh,
sending you
that's
to jail.
Is the judge Barack Obama?
The judge is Barack Obama.
Nope.
Also, you're going to jail for a civil trial.
40 years.
I thought it was
love
20.
America.
Why are you giving me lip? 80.
Oh, this isn't even me asking.
It keeps doubling.
Just some random fuckhead.
Oh,
How
but
What
what,
if I were a judge?
but what if then the real judge walks in and just hits Tyler in the head with the gavel? It's in the-
Oh! I make that same noise. I go, oh!
This sounds like a court scene from Idiocracy.
I want.
don't know
down,
who that-
I want Tyler
Oh,
to
it's so
make.
damn
I
loud!
want Tyler to make the hurt sounds of like fucking Tom and Tom and Jerry. the hoo thing, and also just like that thing that Tom does in Tom and Jerry, you know.
I want
Uh-huh.
Full-throated yell.
I want him to do
I-
that stuff.
I want Tyler to make the noises from Edda and Eddie. That's what I want.
If you have time for a shooter,
That was the only thing when that fucking clip I did, where it's like the airstrike's coming. That is the only thing I had in my mind. I was trying to tell
but
you.
it was all I needed to hear.
The translation was, it's like, Tyler, look, there's an airstrike right where you're standing. You should move. And what came out was, and Tyler did get out of the way of it for me doing that.
I knew something was wrong.
Something is wrong. Let me look around. Am I on fire? No, I am blue though.
I am blue, and soon I shall be new.
Soon you will be Susudawad, and you know that you don't want that because that could be a fucking fish strike to the face, or it could be an air strike.
Both of those do not sound pleasant, so I did move.
I remember one time when you threw resupply and you hit me on the arm. And I attempted to dive out of the way, but it followed me.
It's a lot harder to get hit by the fucking resupplies, like the fucking call-in stuff in the second game than it was in the first game. The first game, it was a fucking epidemic.
It would happen all the time.
It happened all the time. It doesn't happen too often in the second one though.
I like that it still can.
It can. Just not often. I would throw it up to, one, the maps are bigger, and two, it's easier to see the big beacons of death in the second game just because they're just right in front of you.
Perspective makes a big difference.
The amount of your vision, percentage-wise, it takes up is significantly higher.
Ooh, Nucky! I want to have your baby.
God damn it, we have to watch that tomorrow.
Uh-huh. I'm excited, personally. I do love to see you squirm. You squirm and your sperm fall out?
I don't want to watch it, but I will. But
We need to finish the fight.
I'm gonna watch it entirely for completionist purposes. In spirit, I will have checked out. Because I know what's gonna happen, and I don't want it. I want to give it back to the waiter. Tell him to try again.
But it is so good for you. It's just everybody that we love so far is dead, except for Nucky Thompson.
It's just so dire. It's just so dire. I was curious if I was alone in that. And I perused the Reddit pages they had, and not alone. In fact, many of the same things that we've commented on is something that the general fan base 100% agrees with.
Why is it so fucking sad?
Why is it so... Not even just sad, it's like just bleak. All the good guys lose and the bad guys win the end. All the time.
But crime doesn't pay.
It does. It takes a lot.
Oh, it's bad.
Shut up.
No gay, no crime.
No gay. No gay, no crime.
No gay, no crime.
The Northern Territory's got to start getting their labor camps going.
I was thinking about the themes of Boardwalk Empire, and I think one of the #1 themes that they're doing is we are defined by our past. I think that's like the thing they're going for. So I was really thinking about it. And that keeps coming up. It's like what we were in the past and the experiences we had in the past defines what we will do in the future. Seems to be a recurring thing.
Running theme.
Yeah. And what makes it suck is that everybody in the past has done horrible shit. And so that means that there's going to be horrible shit in everyone's future.
Got that panther.
I don't have those yet.
I was
Panther.
taking out an enemy mech panther.
You don't get the...
I'm trying out things.
You don't get the Panzer IV, you don't get the Tiger, and you don't get the King Tiger. You would just have the Panzer...
But the king... But the...
He gets the Panzer 1, 2, 3, Panther, and Mouse Tank.
But what about Tiger?
No
Just
Tiger.
regular Tiger.
No regular Tiger,
Oh
no
my
King
god,
Tiger.
but that's their iconic... That's the,
I know.
that's the iconic tank.
The Nazi
When
tank.
you think of German tanks, your minds think of the Panzer III and the Tiger. And the reason they think of the Panzer III is that anytime you see historical footage of the Germans doing anything, it is almost always a Panzer III. with just a couple of exceptions.
Video games have taught me Panzer IV and then Tiger.
Video games have taught you Panzer IV because the video games you play or when you're an American, and the Americans aren't involved until 1944 when it's the Panzer IV. Just understand that
exactly
85% of that war, the Germans are using the Panzer III, and so that's whenever you're looking at footage of what the Germans are doing, what you're seeing on the footage is almost always the Panzer III.
God damn it.
You fucking gave yourself the biggest paper cut.
I fucking goddamn got knocked out.
Oh yeah, you're playing the Mechist. You're playing the
I'm
Mechanist.
It was like a free for... Like, there's arena stuff now. And I was doing a free-for-all. And I got knocked out. I was doing really good in the 1v1, and then I got hit with a bunch of rockets real close.
I'm not as interested in the combat per se of the game. I like the tactical aspects of it, so doing an arena thing wouldn't appeal to me. I like how the combat in the context of the campaigns, because I like the tactical elements of it, the objectives and positioning with your team and trying to keep damage
engine's
down
destroyed.
and all that stuff.
No, I'm gonna reload.
Also, Sam, when you play Mech Warriors, you have pilots, and they can die.
Oh.
There are RPG elements with the pilots. Like, they get skills that they earn through, like, combat, and, like, if, for example, if you're using energy weapons a lot, you'll slowly get your energy weapon skills up higher, that kind of thing. And you can, like, what we were doing is we each had our own individualized pilot. And if, you know, that pilot... We would also have a backup pilot, usually, in case, like... Because you can get injuries as well that take you out of action for weeks or whatever.
I was immune because I'm the main character.
Yeah, the main character is immune to that bullshit. But, because there is, like, a pro tag character.
My you guys have to exist.
We would usually have one person that's our main person, and they'd usually have a shit ton of skills that we play as 90% of the time. And then if they were really injured, then we'd have a backup. But... yeah, you'll get really attached to your character because it's like, oh, you've leveled them up a lot, and then it's like, oh, that enemy fired a big rail cannon, it went right through my cockpit and instantly killed me, I'm gone.
Oh.
But sometimes you'll just max your guy out, and it's like, well, I can keep this guy in reserve.
So you know,
guess,
some mechs that have like really exposed cockpits. You look at them, it's like, I don't know if I want to do this one. I think I want the ones that have the smaller cockpits that are harder to hit.
I don't want
Alex likes to
die.
take the armor off of his back entirely.
Yes, I like, because the game is so specific with the armoring. You can actually like reduce and increase your armor plates in specific areas. I like to make my back just a curtain that you can lift and see myself in there, like taking a shit. It's a privacy curtain.
That's not in a thing like a mech. That is not entirely a bad idea.
I mean, my logic, because I don't tend to have small mechs. I like medium and large mechs, so I'm not running around the field.
You're a long-range boy.
I like
too.
long range. I like heavy fight, and so if they're behind me, things have gone really bad. And so I just don't let them get behind me. And if they are getting behind me, I fucking sound a screaming alarm, letting people know that they're getting behind me. I'm doomed. I'm doomed.
Please save me.
And I'll get real clever. I'll do the jump and spin tactic to try to be like, no, you can't do this to me. And I'll just maximize armor on the front. I like energy weapons. I like close range dummy missiles as well.
I'm gonna hit one of the crash
I
buttons.
love them.
The fucking shotgun missiles, where they get the get away from me missiles, where they, because sometimes you'll have mechs that just start sprinting at you, a dead sprint, and you're like, no, go away. I want you to be 200
And
kilometers
sometimes
that direction.
lasers don't burn through hard enough.
They don't burn through fast enough, so you gotta hit you gotta get their spray rockets out and just start slapping them.
You send them straight to hell.
They can be devastating. I remember that my King Crab, he had like big time dummy missiles that were really close, and if they decided to get too close to me, I had my bare fucking claws. I could give them a big slap, but also I could just fucking blow them to oblivion. I liked the crabs. I like the guy that had the big shoulder cannon who was a square. I don't remember his name. But he had
cannon that was a
he
square.
had a big shoulder
The
cannon.
hunchback?
Yes, the hunchback. There's the one that has like the high caliber
I love
cannons.
the hunchback.
I like the one that had the high caliber cannon for his shoulder. I enjoy him.
I like shoulder cannon dudes.
I
They
always
can hold higher
liked
caliber weapons for their size.
I always like the high caliber weapon, high caliber ballistic weapon, and then I'd usually like to have medium lasers and small lasers for general purpose, and then I would like to have like rockets for up close and personal if I could, if I'm allowed.
Sometimes you have to blast them with the big cannon at point blank,
But lasers are
and
fantastic.
it hurts your legs.
Lasers are fantastic against air assets, let me tell you. You point the big laser pointer at them, and then they turn into smoke in the sky. Because the lasers in Mech Warriors are not like fucking Star Wars lasers. They're big laser pointers that cause smoke and fire. They're like actual
They're
lasers.
not plasma, they're actual lasers.
They're actual lasers. Like continuous beam
Now,
weapons.
there are plasma weapons, and they fucking make your screen go fucking fuzzy when you get hit by them.
Mm-hmm. They also have weapons that specific purpose is to build up heat in your machine.
The flamethrowers
Yeah,
and such.
flamethrowers and things like that. It's like, I hate them. Because if your heat gets too high, you'll go into an emergency shutdown mode. I've had mechs who've had a build where they generate so much heat that sometimes in between combats they're like, hold on, I gotta shut down for a second. Where I literally, it's like, cover me. I manually shut down my mech so that I can cool down.
It seems not
So
good.
you need to.
We
Like
might
I
keep
said,
on
Mech
not
Warrior.
yet another.
Mech Warrior is a thinking man's game because it's not just go in there and fight the stuff with the robots. It is there's a lot of tactic to it, a lot of tactic, a lot of strategy.
Mechs have quirks too.
Yeah, you can have mechs that specifically are like, oh, I'm really good at doing this thing, or maybe I cool down quicker, and then sometimes you'll get some ancient tech that's like, ooh, I put this in, it makes me feel real good. It makes me feel so good. It makes all my cooldowns real quick, and I can just fire my laser weapons forever. Once you get a pilot that's
Right.
good at a particular thing you like, and you get a loadout that works really good with you, and you get this flow going, and it's like, oh, I just do the same thing every mission, and it's super effective. I enjoy it.
And then he
makes us money.
dies.
And then a tragedy happens. That person dies, and the mech's arm gets blown off, and we can't afford to repair it. And you have to use a backup mech, and then you live through a time of Great Depression.
We throw them in the what do we call that? We call it in the cold storage for a while until we could get an
Put it in
engine
the
to fit it or
It is
something.
possible. So if you lose a limb or something like that, like if you have your armor get ablated off, it's not that big of a deal. But if like a whole arm gets ripped off, you have to like replace the weapons and everything that were on it too. So it is possible for you to get a mech that is that we technically salvaged, but if it could be so damaged, it is like basically totaled. It's like this has cost so much for us to repair, you might as well just get a new one.
Insurance says we will not cover repairs.
There's an insurance mechanic. So whenever you do jobs, there's like a negotiation mechanic, and one of the things is that you can get job insurance. I always like job insurance. I always get a little bit of it because it can help bail you out a hole. But we liked that, and we liked salvage. We didn't really care about making the money of the job hire. We liked getting as much salvage as possible, and we liked getting insurance.
We were junkers.
Because if we got enough junk, if we needed money, we could just sell the excess junk, and then we can just make money that way if necessary. And then usually the contract's payment just paid for like the fuel it required to get there, because obviously we have to pay for fuel and stuff like that.
But you would sell salvage and make loads of money.
Yeah, we'd still salvage, and then typically we wouldn't buy weapons. It'd be like what we salvaged from our missions. So we were saving money in that regard. So we like doing the big salvage.
I think, okay, the one mod type that, okay. So today, I went from the 50 mods that we had on before,
Yeah,
cut them off, and now I'm down to 5.
fantastic.
And it's
Oh, so I
like
can't,
all from the same guy. It's all yet not another equipment stuff.
Oh yeah, I did like the extra equipment stuff.
Yeah, because
So I
it like
can
adds
only
like
store 4,
stuff
right?
like
You can
I have
store
a patchwork
4.
tier 2 here.
You can store 4 planes per
And-
city. If you have an airport, you can go up to 8, and then if you have an air base after that, you can go up to 12. Now, what were you saying, Tyler?
So if I make a 5th one, does it just like it's like you can't do anything until you rebase this, or?
I don't think it'll let you make it if it's full. Harbin has an airport. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, does it? No.
No,
I
it
don't
doesn't,
think
'cause
I
you don't have
airports
that.
yet.
I have no idea what this will do though when you make it. Maybe it'll just
Let's
destroy
find
it.
out. We're gonna find out.
Oh boy.
It's one turn. If it tells me, oh, you just have to rebase this, it's like, okay, then it's perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's transit.
We have LRM.
You know, I do always forget that Tabriz, it actually has a decent little bit of production. It's not shit.
I remember many, many, many moons ago, I told you to colonize Taiwan because it's not great now, but it will be later. When you build an agricultural machine depot here, the city will have about 90 food production, which means the city will be able to grow up to about size 32, 33. I'd say economically, that's one of the most important techs you can get right now. Would probably be the agricultural machine depots, because that'll improve your population problem you have. Like I said, the Greeks have more people in their empire than you, and they have 20 fewer cities.
Hello.
I wonder if the Greeks will pass the Germans in population this session. If that happens, that will mark the highest the Greeks have ever been in the population scores. Because typically the Greeks have been last, like, for centuries. And at that point, they'd be in second. With a very wide gap between second and first.
I just want my mech to be a little over tonnage, just a little.
I know. I look at them, it's like, can't we just
You
fight
have
the
to
numbers a little?
cramp in the numbers as hard as you can.
Yeah. Min-maxing is the way.
I love the glass cannon.
I don't like the glass cannon. I like being able to take hits. That's why I fucking, like I say, I have the privacy curtain in the back. Because I don't want to add extra armor in general, but I want to be able to take hits, so I put all the armor in the front.
I didn't add this.
I did. I audited your cities,
Why?
and you had the ability to build a furniture factory, and this city is in the next list for commerce production. What do you mean, why? It's because it's the best choice. I did it, obviously. I slap you in the back of the head.
Okay, both my refits are done. Space travel is real crude.
It is very
But it's also real
crude.
advanced on here.
Otar will get a guy in 14 turns. It does impress me after all this time, we still get great people at a pretty decent clip.
Add engine core.
Oh, I see what's happening.
Oh,
If you
it's shift
overmake,
IC, yeah.
It just goes straight to the next city.
It's pushing them out. I think if you didn't have a next city to push them out to, it probably would destroy them then.
Hmm. I might. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe that's why there's fighters in Jinju as well, even though Jinju's been working on armament factories and things like that.
I just put a fighter in
No.
Jinju, I know that. But then that's good to know. Then I'll just I'll start doing it that way, where I have a city that's building them no matter what, and then I can just kind of move them where I need to. Yeah.
Are you cat over there? By the water?
I like how they do the little holding pattern.
Yeah, they do the circling.
You, since if that's how it's going, then I'm just gonna have you build 3 more that will go into Jinju, because it just weirdly just does not cover, and also I want Jinju to have its own air force because big industrial center.
Mm-hmm.
You are important to me, Jinju. I just moved you over here. Hello. Just hang out. You ain't hurting nobody. Hang out. Planes are great. They're great. You should have lots of them.
They
Always.
sure are. Fantastisch.
We have freed the Pidge.
I'll eventually end up building a fort along, I don't know what that geographically is called. At the end of, Burma. It leads to Singapore. I don't know what that little strand of land is called. My city
It's
of
still technically a
Akamin
peninsula.
is basically Akamim is basically Singapore.
It would still technically be a peninsula because it's all connected.
Well, it's an isthmus, but I just don't know what it's actually called. That little strap of land north of Singapore.
The Malay Peninsula?
Yeah, that's what it is, Malay.
I have the Malaysian fleet.
With
Hang
how we have
outside
it
of
divided,
Daegu.
you got Burma and I got Siam, and Laos and Cambodia, and South Vietnam, and you got North Vietnam.
It's the reverse split.
Mm-hmm.
North Vietnam is democratic and South Vietnam is dirty communism.
Mm-hmm. As well as Cambodia and Laos and Siam
I had another fleet.
and fucking Singapore.
I had a fleet over here. You will go back to Taiwan because that's where you belong. You are the South Pacific Fleet and you are based out of Taiwan. Because Taiwan is great and powerful and fantish. Fantastisch.
A Vietnam War scenario would be pretty fun too, I think. The fucking Vietnamese would 100% have the scary guerrilla warfare upgrades. And then the Americans would have like fucking napalm strike upgrades and stuff like that. And the infrastructure would be piss. And the map itself would be large. And it'd just be like jungle, jungle, jungle. So like taking workers in to try and clear out the jungle would take forever. So it'd be more
Paved road head.
more realistic
Hid
to
in
just
the
like
scrub.
fucking. And then if you did build a road there, then the enemy would probably just pop up and fucking just start destroying it.
I imagine they would have the commando trait, so they could use the roads.
They would
They'd
have the
also
commando
the-
trait. They'd have the guerrilla
the
warfare
second
trait.
woodsman trait, so that they could
feel
get
like they
double
should-
movement in jungles
I
and
feel like-
forests.
Well, the guerrilla
I feel like
warfare
they would
gives that
have
shit
a-
automatically.
I feel like they would have a
that's right.
special road. I feel like they would have a special road they could build, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, so that they could move.
Well, what I would do in the scenario is I'd make it to where the North Vietnamese would have open borders with Cambodia and America wouldn't. So they'd be able to go through Cambodia and, you know, just go through the border. And the map would be big. So, you know, just making troops and lining them across the entire line would not be feasible because you wouldn't have the economy to handle it. So you'd have to ask the Americans. You'd have like overwhelming force and like the technological advantage, but you'd actually have to like think of like, okay, how do I handle this?
Especially when they can just hit and run you, and you can't just fight them back.
In the North Vietnamese would be literally using like conscripts, but they have the guerrilla warfare thing, and then the terrain is really, really in their advantage.
Those are the same rice farmers that fought off the Japanese. They fought off the Chinese, fought off the French.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're coming for you.
Did you know the Soviet Union wanted to nuke China at one point?
Really?
Yes.
During the Sino-Soviet split?
Yeah. There was classified documents that were released about a decade ago, I think, that was talking about how when the Sino-Soviet split happened, there was a number of problems, and specifically they had a border war, China and the Soviet Union did, over some random island. And the whole situation pissed the Soviets off so much that they approached the United States and asked, "Are you okay with us nuking China?" And the Soviet military went on high alert and moved nuclear assets to nuke China. And the United States mulled it over for a bit. And then Nixon came out and said, "No, we're not okay with that." And then we told the Chinese.
I'm sure that pissed everybody off.
That pissed the Chinese off, and then the Chinese are like, "Okay, you're not our friend." And then that led to China approaching the United States.
China's like, hey, yo, what the fuck?
China's like, okay, if they're actively wanting to nuke us, that they are not our friends.
I thought we were cool.
It's the closest we've come to nuclear war outside of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And it's like things that people didn't know. But yeah, the Soviet Union, and when I say it, they weren't just flipping about, they were going to do it. They're like, fuck China. They're supposed to be cool. They're not being cool. We're sick of them. We're going to nuke them. And yeah, the Nixon intervened and said, no, you can't do that. Specifically, the Soviet Union was going to target all of China's nuclear sites, because even though China had nuclear weapons, they did not have many nuclear weapons, and so the Soviet Union was just going to muscle them out.
Wish I could build a well on that right now, since it's got a railroad out there. Just want it.
No, you'd have to found a city out there or wait for your borders to expand.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm just waiting for the border to take.
When will
the city out there would struggle?
When would Perm or any like that happen? Well, you wouldn't found the city on the ice. You'd find it on the tundra.
I feel like Salcard would be the most likely to take it.
No, because it would take over the mountain to the east of it. It'd be Perm. What's Perm at? So it's about halfway there. Click, double click it, and if you look at it, it'll tell you how many turns. 270 turns. Does it have any culture buildings it can make? Well, it doesn't have a bunch of religions, so it theoretically would be faster once it gets all the religions, because it only has Islam at the moment. Because each religion gives another thing of culture, so that'd make it faster. But I'd say probably a minimum of 200 turns. So that would be...
Forever.
a long time, definitely. It's like 3 turns per year. So many years.
I do miss the ability to just buy tiles.
It'd be like 20, 30 by the time you would get access to that oil.
We don't need this fucking piece of shit fucking fort here no more. Might keep that one around.
I like the buy tiles mechanic in Civ 5, but it fundamentally wouldn't work in Civ 4 with how everything works out culture does in this. Because there's like the multicultural tile mechanic and how war weariness, like it just doesn't fit this game. But I did like the buy tile mechanic. I liked how America had Manifest Destiny. And so you just buy the tiles all the time and get big for no reason. And I like that mod I had that made it to where the tiles expanded along like rational routes through roads and stuff like that. And I also like that other mod I had that made it to where you could paint when you do invasions. As you move in, like, paints the
so
terrain.
bad.
It aches. Well, there's the Ice Age scenario, where you get to be America. There's the Earth map that's not this one. That's much smaller. That one allows America. I think maybe if I use my debug powers with a massively altered thing, I think I can make America available on here. I think.
Don't want to be America.
It would be boring playing as America on this map anyway. It's like, you're alone through most of the game.
I beg to differ.
You're alone.
No, there's Mexico and whatnot over there.
You have to realize that's
there's
like
all the natives.
That's like 1,000 turns.
There's all the natives out there you can murder.
I think your eyes are bigger than your stomach at the moment. And I think that if you were doing it, you would find it's like, oh, I'm hitting in turn a lot.
If I was at Hogwarts, I would use physical violence. No magic spells are gonna work on me. I'd be snapping some wands, suplexing some goblins. Polyjuice potion? No, I'm
Oh
drinking
my god,
creatine.
Christianity spread on its own in Rhodes. I'm still naturally able to spread
Guardian
Christianity
Leviosa?
sometimes.
How about you shut the hell up?
Never!
Avada Kedavra? Avada these nuts.
Do it.
Ah! Yeah!
Got it.
Got it! That was our internet humor back in the day. Back in the day. Bouncing like our checks did.
Bounce with, like the Chakin?
Mm-hmm. Back in the day. Before we in fact got this paper. Before we in fact got paid.
Before we got paid. You know?
Man, you know.
You know?
Are you aware?
My Far Eastern conquests are starting to pay for themselves. They're not just being a money sink anymore. Alright, I'm gonna do my fucking 5-year plan now, because last time they fucked me and took that from me. I don't like that. Damn it.
Back in the day, before I got this, before I got that, you know.
عمرك يا فندم.
Interesting.
Is Jordan still watching?
Possible. I don't know.
Jordan!
Guy.
Jordan, are you there? Are you alive, Jordan?
We have 6 congruent viewers, so I mean, if he's not, someone is.
Here,
Far,
far,
wherever
wherever
you are,
I
The travesty of justice.
that I will
go
go
on.
on. I wish he was here and didn't hate us.
I highly doubt he hate us.
And I wish you would.
I just wanted him to be here so I could curse him.
Oh, well, yeah, now he's definitely not gonna respond.
No, he still should because it's a creative one, and I want him to
Hey,
experience.
it's a good thing I have the fucking Zeppelin because I don't have to fucking transport the.
Oh,
Let me try that again. But now I don't have to transport that fucking Green Engineer all the way from New Zealand all the way back to fucking Egypt. This will be our last round, by the way.
okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize.
Time flies when you're having fun.
We're playing Invictus.
Well, Tyler's playing Mech Warriors, but yeah.
Yeah, he's
In
having
between
he's having
turns.
fun in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
It is true.
You know what? Since Jordan's not here, I'll just roll this one over to you, Alex.
God damn it! I knew it was gonna be me.
I bless you to experience 30 seconds of the hate that AM feels in I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream.
I see. I just feel like I'm already angry enough, I feel.
It is glorious. I don't think I've been cursed once today. It's great.
I curse you to experience I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream.
Oh,
Okay, there.
I've actually never seen that video.
So I
It's
had
not a
Mac-
video.
It's a garm.
Oh.
Or a short
a
story.
garm.
Yeah, the short story, and they also made an adventure garm of it.
Things that were total bullshit.
Here is the quote that AM gives to the character. So basically, the world has ended. AM is essentially Skynet, and he's killed off all of humanity except for like 4 of them.
Am.
Yeah.
I think therefore I am.
Yeah, sure. I only know it from the book, and obviously they don't write pronunciations because they ain't Mark Twain. But yeah,
I played,
like, all of humanity is
game
dead.
He played,
Yeah.
and then he had Am is played by Helen Ellison, or the guy who wrote the story.
Oh,
So
Harlan
his pronunciation is Harlan Ellison. He's played by him in the
Ellison. I
game.
see. So that's about as canon as it gets.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. So this is what Am says to the final remaining human who he has kept alive for untold millennia. Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. This is all capitalized, by the way. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits and wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1000th of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant. For you. Hate.
That feels accurate.
What a fun guy.
Why does he hate humans so much?
Why not?
He was made for war.
His purpose is to do war and solve problems, and he solved problem.
He solved the problem.
How the best way to win war? No more wars. But the only thing that starts war, human. Solve problem.
This. Okay. What'd I do with my goddamn Zeppelin?
In the game, he has that whole that whole speech written on a fucking obelisk.
To make sure you understand.
So is like is the last human left? Is their name hate?
No.
No, they're just exclaiming because hate. It's
Fair.
like whenever we
Hate!
just go.
Hate!
Yes, it's like when we do it, or like whenever I'm doing it in the car when I'm having my road rage.
Mm-hmm.
Your road rage is famous.
Please stop attempting to eat paint. I really don't want you to.
It's such
It's
a problem.
sweet to the taste, Father. Why must you keep this from me?
I have to take a wicked piss.
No, it's
I
gonna
like
be
to
your
take
turn.
time.
No, it's gonna be your turn. I just ended.
Oh, I'll hold it. I'll hold
You
it.
hold it.
I'll
Let me
hold
say
it.
first.
I'll hold it.
You hold it, because Stelianos. And then you can bleed your lizard.
Alex, I caught Mimi with her tongue just sticking out of her mouth.
I love
She's
it when
moving her
cats
head
do
around.
that. And they go, and they stick the tongue at you.
She's forgotten it's out there. She's forgotten it's out there.
I like to reach out
He's
when
just
Jackie
doing a
does
blip.
that, and I give his little tongue a little pull, and he's like, no!
Mimi! Oh my god, you're a cat!
Mhm. You have
That
You
girl
have an
bluffing.
actual cat instead of having to point at Rosie and say cat. You have a
Rosie
proper
is
one
a
cat.
that does cat
I
stuff.
did
I love my
imagine-
cats.
I did imagine Tyler there crying about Rosie being a cat, and while he does it, he pisses himself.
It just like fucking starts getting wet.
I fucking whiz myself.
I feel like he would exclaim it too. He would piss himself, and then he'd be like, "I
I
pissed
pissed."
myself."
Mommy, pee-pee. We make 10 quadrillion more fucking goddamn strap bombers.
Don't forget your security bureaus and stuff like that. Don't forget the eye and dime. You need to keep your intelligence up.
But I have to make strat bombers.
Don't forget the intelligence. You have to get your laboratories so you have good science. You need to still make airports so you can keep your GDP up high so you can get your new discoveries to help out the battlefield.
I need more scientistics.
You need more scientistics. But not the actual scientists. You need men in the factories. You need men in the factories. You need men in the fucking corporate offices.
Many men over the years.
Many.
Next turn, you will get the funny troopers.
The ha-ha men.
They say ha ha, and they have trench coats.
Even though it's kind of done with that time. We don't need trench coats anymore.
No, you're gonna have the World War II trench coat friends. Trench coats are still
People aren't
in
gonna
during
get
World
that
War II.
dirty.
They're still.
I know they're in, but they're not necessary.
Yeah, they are. World War II's filthy.
World War II's dirty and nasty, I guess.
It's a filthy war.
I just think World War I is dirtier.
I mean, yeah, World War I's dirtier. You're fucking just like sitting in a hole in the rain.
Mud.
But
Hello,
World
my
War
name
II
is
is still
Mud.
pretty filthy.
War in general is filthy and disgusting, Tyler.
With the exception of, I would say, the Italian front.
Do tell, Samuel.
I would
Do
say,
tell.
with the exception of the Italian front, when it started, I had to correct myself there. All of the fronts of World War II were filthy. The Italian front, when it started, was rather nice, but then it turned into a mud hole. They don't talk about that, but when winter happened in Italy, it turned into a big mud hole, and so the war stopped.
I heard the stories of my superiors. Sand in places you think sand could not go.
Yeah.
Not showering for literal days, weeks even, because you're just on patrol.
Semi-curse.
And at any moment, there could be an explosion right next to you, and you just die instantly, and you never even know.
Mortar shells, fucking.
You're going to be a Matilda II tank crewman in the African theater in the year 1941.
So much sand.
They have descriptions of their
That's
tank
so
patrols. So their tank patrols, right, would go out, and they have descriptions. Like, and when I say descriptions, I'm not talking about like secondhand. It's like diaries from crewmen, talking about the tanks rolling, and then one of the tanks have to like stop for some reason, and then them getting lost in the desert, never being seen again. Or since they're all steel constructions with like no insulation, like the hot sun, making it so that if you touch any of the internals when you're inside the tank, your skin will be fucking like a skillet, seal onto it. And so they take like strips of like cloth and wrap it onto everything to try to make it so that there's some protection.
Bloody hell, it's hot out here.
Why have you done this to me?
When
So
did
I
it
think-
even go
I think
from,
it would build
oh
to your,
hell,
your
piss
war
off, to
understanding.
go into, hello, fuck off then!
I'm perfectly content with the secondhand war understanding I have.
Well, now you're gonna be a Matilda II crewman. The Queen of the Desert is the nickname of the Matilda II, by the way. This fleet's been significantly buffed with that inclusion, except for the torpedo boat that needs to go somewhere else.
No, he's beautiful.
Torpedo boats are for if you can't afford other ships.
But look at him, he's cute.
Warfare is not about looking good, Tyler. It's about winning.
They're relatively slow. They're no
The
good.
Germans told me otherwise.
They're no good in the ocean. Okay.
Wait, they lost that war?
They lost
Never
that
mind.
war. There's a famous thing of Albert Speer, who at that point was the industry man. He was in charge of all German war industry at that point. When he's touring captured tanks, and he points at a Sherman. He's like, "These tanks are better than ours." And he's making reference to the fact that, you know, they got mass production and stuff, not the actual physical abilities of the tanks, but they could just make them quicker.
And also, they're not half bad.
The actual ability, the
four
physical
Shermans,
abilities of
but
the
they always
Sherman
had
tank,
5.
the physical abilities of the Sherman tank and the T-34 tank are greatly exaggerated by propaganda. On a one-to-one basis, they're not very good, but they're doable. They work, and you can make many of them.
A Panzer was worth 4 Shermans, but they always had 5.
None of the German Panzers could be mass-produced at a scale like the Soviet and U.S. tanks could, because the Germans, like, overcomplication of all of their industry.
They had artisan tanks.
They had artisan tanks. They were handcrafted artisan tanks. They overcomplicated.
There's no better way to put that.
They they would have like different screw sizes for different parts of the tank, right? Or like different bolt sizes and stuff like that. They had different sizes because like this size holds on better in this place than other ones. But by having those multiple sizes, they've slowed down the process. Whereas like, yeah, having all of the same bolt across the entire tank is technically inefficient when it comes to the performance of the tank because it might not fit as well in other places, but you can make it quicker. Or like the production of Zimmerit coating when no one's using magnetic weapons except for the Germans, but yet they're adding like 2 weeks to the tank production just to put Zimmerit coating on. Stuff like that.
All that.
All of that shit. They got better about it near the end of the war, but it was too late by then. It was too late by then, and also by the end of the war, Hitler was getting involved more and more, and he kept making crazy demands. Like, he wanted the King Tiger tank, which tell you how fucked up they are about things like the King Tiger and the Jagd Tiger. The Jagd Tiger used a new cannon round. Okay, entirely new cannon round, which meant that whenever they used the Jagd Tiger in combat, they had to set up an entirely new logistic supply chain to supply that thing, and they had to make space in their industrial capacity to make new shells that only are used by the Jagd Tiger, while being bombed constantly.
Really, I'm liking the black square because of the unlimited artist thing I can do.
Yeah, it'll have a limited effect. The black square will, really, because your artist will have +1 commerce, but you don't have many artists, like, just hanging around your cities.
Yeah, not at the moment. Oh no, I never had them because I had them be merchants. You're right.
Yeah.
Never mind them. I was thinking of it. I had them swapped around in my brain.
You're from them.
I should just get this because it's just gonna be good all around.
Yeah, you have clock towers in every
clock
city.
towers, and all my cities do have clock towers.
And not only
Whereas
that,
this one,
you have the
not
metric
gonna have
system, which just puts clock towers everywhere, always. So it just is a flat culture increase to all your cities.
Oh wait,
including the new ones.
discontinued with consumerism.
None of the works of art become obsolete. So discontinued means you can't make it anymore. Obsolete means it stops working. None of the works of art become. That's just meaning that after a while you can't make this anymore. That's all that
Well,
means.
I'm just gonna grab it then.
Yeah, discontinued means you can't make it no more. Obsolete means it gets disabled.
It is influential.
It's influentata city. Still needs to have its broadcaster tower.
Do that.
You have to have a tower to scream your propaganda from.
True. It's the most efficient way to spread propaganda, proven by science.
Mm-hmm.
Just have towers in every intersection. Just scream.
I was thinking about that the other day. It's like if I was Supremo El Doctoro of America, it's like we're going to install radio towers in every city over a certain size. It's like so that I can give addresses and people will hear them. You won't be turning my channel off. You won't be. Fuck going on YouTube. Fuck CNN hosting it. You will hear my addresses. Alsolini is always right. Sometimes your men just grunt. You click on there like, God damn it.
Click the go to hell button. Let's add another fucking dreadnought to this fleet that has like fucking 11 of them.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of dreadizzles.
I do, my homie, I do.
I have 9 dreadnoughts in my main Mediterranean fleet. And I'm satisfied with that.
Like 14 in every fleet.
We're getting to British Navy levels.
This is a good thing.
British naval doctrine for over 100 years was that they wanted the British Navy to be capable of fighting the 2 biggest navies beneath them combined, by the way.
See.
Mm-hmm. And they maintained that policy.
Take me a while to do that one.
Yeah, they maintained that policy all the way up to World War One. One of the causes of World War One was Germany saying, "Hey, we're gonna fucking race you," and then Britain saying, "What? No, you can't do that. That's our thing." And Germany saying, "Well, what if we did like the land stuff and we were like the best at that, and also the sea stuff and we were the best at that, and you know, get fucked if you can't keep up."
No.
Mm-hmm.
Verbatim. I'm sure that's what the words used.
I mean, Kaiser Wilhelm gave a interview to the Telegraph, the newspaper, the famous now conservative newspaper, and he basically said what I just said. And the purpose of that interview was for him to calm down tensions, but he is a fucking colossal moron. Kaiser Wilhelm is very Orange Man-ish. And he basically said what I just said verbatim, essentially. It's like, how about we just are better than everything, and if you can't keep up, well, that's your problem. And the British Parliament was like, we need to fucking war the piss out of these people. And this was like 2 or 3 years before World War I actually broke out. Like, totally soured Britain's opinion of the Germans. It's like, okay, they are a threat.
Tyler,
Yeah.
it's better to come in the sink than the sink in the common, Wah.
You can't do this. Okay. I don't like your words of wisdom.
Activate range attack.
And fucking he pisses himself again.
I want to be like that viewer who pissed himself while just sitting there.
It flows.
Unfortunately for you, Nerevar, you happen to have rolled the voice line where you die at the end of it. However, I guess I'll give you a little bit more time to contemplate what's going to happen. But, oh, by the way, this dialogue option is finished now.
I need to find that. YouTube channel we were watching for a while that had Dagather on it. Because there was a particular YouTube channel we were watching for a good while that was really, really good. It had continuity to it. It wasn't him just saying random stuff. It was like there was a plot. He had the Navarre became his fucking like roommate. There was murder gnomes. There were rebellions. It was like a whole thing. I think he went to the store at one point, Dagather did, and he's hit by a car and like a lawsuit got formed.
Oh, I know the YouTube channel you're
I need
talking
to find that channel again because I was thinking about it the other day and I was like, God damn it, it's lost.
Oh, now I can go pee now. I'm gonna leave.
You can be free.
Is it Beckimer?
That's not gonna help me. I have no idea. I'd have to see it physically, and I'm kind of predisposed at the moment.
That's true.
That boy Borkin.
Londinios will get a guy in 71 turns.
71 turns.
Did Londinios do the big craftsman conversion?
I believe so, yeah.
You could undo that just to squeeze a great person out of the city. Since they're so
Certainly
close.
could.
You could even decide to fill it full of artists. Because there's a 2% chance you can get an artist. And you can try to drive up. You can try to drive up that percent a little bit more near the end there.
I probably want it to be in something else.
If you put it into scientists, yeah, you would be able to divert some of the percentages around.
Yeah.
Make it less likely it'd be a merchant.
Balance some of that out a little bit.
Now it'll only take 32 turns.
That's less.
Then maybe you'll get the great artiste.
And now I declare war on the Finns for the last time.
You should save it, by the way. You know, if the Greeks were to take Ofen and burn it down, that would also solve most of your problems you have with them.
But that would require me letting that happen.
That would require horrible things, but that would technically
Which
solve the problem.
I don't think the Fuhrer would be able to outlast that. I think the people would see that and they would be very unhappy that he let that happen.
You have to get Ernst Staumann in charge now for that. You're machine gunning the spearmen away. I wonder if they've developed any wizards again. I don't see no wizards, thank God. Their wizards scare me. It's a good goddamn thing that they're not technologically equivalent to us, by the way. Because the Finns in this time period... Okay, yeah, you don't have no one that can take these. But the Finns in this time period, they have some extraordinarily scary units. They have a national unit that just fucking kills you if you're in any sort of tundra or ice terrain. They will just win.
Do they have the Sisu?
Yeah.
The scheming.
They're called like the CCs or something. There's a lot of S's. I think there's 3 S's in there. But they're fucking horrifying. Like, their stats are outrageous. To compensate for it, they have like a minus 80% effectiveness when they're in cities. So attacking or defending cities. But,
so you're supposed to have them out and around.
Yeah, you need to have the Mannerheim line, basically. So not forts, but just like forests, tundra, and they just hold it, and they will fucking kill. Their stats are insane. Like 50% bonuses against gunpowder units, and like fucking a huge base strength rating, and just they will win. They'll destroy a tank. They have bonuses against tanks, I believe.
They ski right up to your tank.
They'll throw a goddamn rock, and it goes right, makes a clear hole right through it. It's like when we were playing Company of Heroes, the Stalin rocks, but against Stalin. When the Russians would run up to us and they would throw the Stalin rock at the Panzer fucking Panther and just explodes suddenly. It was terrible, Sam. It was terrible. Company of Heroes. The Russians would come up and they would just throw rocks. They were like these anti-tank grenades, and they were extraordinarily effective. And so you would see, we called them Stalin rocks. You would see a little pebble be thrown by a Russian. You would see a man stand up and he'd rear his arm back and say, "Shoot that man! Shoot that man!" And if he threw the rock out, it would hit a fucking goddamn Panther tank and just cause it to fucking combust.
It was terrifying.
We hated it.
It was genuinely
You
terrifying.
have to stay away from the Russian infantry with tanks. If they get, you'll see Russians, like, infantry start charging towards tanks, like, reverse! Reverse!
They're here!
They will practically just, like, climb on top of the tanks and just start taking the gears out. It's, like, it's horrible.
And on the other side, for the Germans, if you're fighting against the Germans, they have the glitter gun.
Yeah, the Germans have a lot of weapons where they'll be, like, halfway across the map and then your men will just start dying. So it's like, they have incendiary rounds they can load into the MG34s. And so the rounds are bright white, and we call it the glitter gun. And then they fire them in bursts, and then everybody dies.
It burns through light vehicles, too.
Burns through light vehicles.
If you have a motorcycle or an armored car, that's not surviving.
Essentially, if any of your infantry get winged by it, if they like get hit in the arms or legs, they're done. They're like, oh, we're falling down, we're not getting up, sorry. We're done. And so it just clears hallways. The glitter gun, and then the the anti-tank fucking tank destroyers that can fire down streets from all the way across the map.
Is that Tyler that just like sneezed his kidney out in the background?
Maybe.
No, that's Geo barking.
Okay.
He makes his squeaky noises.
Okay, radio in 2 turns. I get started on the modern Air Force?
That'd probably take you maybe 12 to 10 turns. Because, well, I was going to say 2 of us have it, but you're only getting tech transfer from me, so it might take a bit longer.
I'm planning on upping some of my science production here soon anyway. Some of my cities are going to be able to free up their production, and with the labor camps going, I'll be able to switch them to more money so I can get some more science for a little
What
bit.
you could do is just try to crank out and get the air superiority as quick as possible. You could just, like, once the labor camps are done, start putting people in research, because if their production levels are up, once production levels reach a certain level, it's actually more efficient to put them back on research than it is to do the money thing. The money thing's only relevant in the older times, the pre-industrial times. But when it comes to sheer numbers, when it comes to research total, once your industry gets to a certain point, you'll actually get more net research per city by having them work on research than money. The AI lives doing it early game. But early game, our industry levels are so low that the economy makes research more than the cities can.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's starting to flip, because our cities have so much production. And you and I in particular are such industrial powerhouses. We can basically just brute force our way through techs. We tell the cities, like, make the technology.
Work.
So saith I.
And they cry, and then they do what they're told.
They do as they are told. The chairman says you will make the technology. You split the atom. Right now. It's basically...
Hands in my hammer and chisel to split it.
That is basically how the Chinese built their nuclear weapon, by the way. Mao basically pointed at a scientist like, split the atom.
What are you gonna do? Tell the chairman no?
Mm-hmm.
Never. You split
You
that
wouldn't
atom.
survive.
You split that goddamn atom.
You know the Cultural Revolution happened because the Chinese Communist Party was trying to get rid of Mao? That's something that kind of got buried by his propaganda. And, like, by the modern day reverence for Mao retroactively.
Mm-hmm.
But the Communist Party of the 60s was like, okay, we don't like Mao anymore. We want him gone, he's a bastard. And Mao picked up on it, and then he, used the Cultural Revolution to just get rid of all of his enemies.
Effective.
Mm-hmm.
And I save.
You will get
Hello.
the radio. You will get the radio, and then the Mongols.
My turn.
The Mongols theoretically will get radio in 11 turns, but the Germans are going to figure out radio, and then you will get more tech transfer.
Artillerymen believe the world consists of 2 types of people. Other artillerymen and targets.
Mm-hmm. Not wrong. You've unlocked a whole bunch of military improvements with that. You have you have the longer range upgrades, which you can give to artillery. You can give to navy units, not navy units. You can give it to artillery. Okay. It literally just gives further range to artillery.
Is it just a regular level up thing?
It's a
or-
promotion.
Yeah, it's just a regular promotion, not one of the fancy purple ones.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like the fancy purple ones.
I think the fancy purple one that unlocked is the one the Germans already got. The artillery schools.
I didn't have to fucking do all this right at the beginning of my turn.
Safe.
I'm going to make the fins go away
Again?
Mhm.
forever.
It's like for the 3rd time.
No, they'll come back. They always do.
Not this time.
I was about to say this time. I think the Reich's just gonna annex the region.
Never again.
Mm-hmm. The Gestapo are gonna put in charge and fucking write all that. Get that out of there. I think the base culture levels in the region are fairly low. So I think similar to like the Native Americans, I think when you take it over, the German culture will take over pretty rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Because the predominant culture up there is barbarian, and then Finnish, and the Finnish were so back behind, like tech. I doubt there's probably only a couple thousand culture up there, so you could probably overhaul that with things like the radio and everything pretty quickly. Radio makes our fucking ships move faster, by the way. So cross-channel journeys will be quicker. Well, cross-ocean Atlantic journeys will be quicker. Did that take... That took 2 turns off. Wow.
I just don't have as much cities working on wealth right now. Doing military buildup as we speak. Let's build up real quick.
Just know the more planes you make, that's the more planes you're going to have to upgrade into the World War II versions. Pretty soon.
This should be the last big batch. I'm making because I want to have a few canvassing China. But yes, I like to build them now, so that way it's just a big check I gotta write. I don't have to build it. I'd rather write the big check.
I'd rather build stuff. The section that you took over in the Indochina split, I didn't even bomb it as hard as the other parts, and it's still fucking hellhole down there, like, no improvements. I only bombed it a little bit compared to the other sections.
I need to upgrade the Navy, which it isn't. I don't think I can.
Yep, you have the Dreadnought. We'll get to see what Mongolian Dreadnoughts look like.
Oh, it's actually not so bad, price-wise.
I want it to be a horse.
It's got a big
It is
horse
the big
on it.
seahorse.
Biggest of the horse.
Hi, cat. Look at
There's that fleet
Still so
and the outside of there's the fleet here, and there's a fleet outside of
Dhaka.
Dhaka. There's also you have ships outside of Korea. You moved one ship and upgraded it.
Yeah, I know. Who the? Oh, it's Japan. What
Yeah.
the fuck is that flag? I might go bomb all that.
No, I'm coming there. In our sphere of influence divisions, that was the part of my division. I haven't dealt with it because of situations that developed in Europe. I'm preparing the new Egyptian Marine Corps specifically for the Philippines campaign, though.
I see.
And then all of that's going to get erased. I'll be declaring war on Japan and the Republic of India at the same time and just dealing with both of them. And then I'll end their war quickly, and then I'll probably end up having one last war with the Republic of India after the fact. Because whenever I take over the Philippines, I'm literally just going to erase it and then try again. Every city they have there, I'm going to burn down. And I'm going to colonize new ones.
I think what I'll do with a lot of these fleets is once they upgrade and whatnot, I'll just like slap a carrier in them every now and again. Just be like, hey, here you go.
Oh yeah, when I'm going to end up putting it... Go ahead.
I was like, I don't think I have any ships that like just won't upgrade into something good from here on out.
I'll be adding an aircraft carrier to every major fleet I have when the time comes. They give another stack bonus. The aircraft carriers do.
That fleet actually
you got that
needs
one.
More. That one. This fleet actually needs more cruisers. So I'm gonna take 2 cruisers out of this fleet because it's got entirely too many cruisers. You're gonna go over here.
Mongolia actually has a navy. It's surprising.
High 5.
It's like for trillions of years, Mongolia literally had no navy, and then when Mongolia did have a navy, it was kind of hilariously behind. And so now you not only have a navy, but it's numerous and it's like up to date.
He
Mostly.
is enthralled
Yeah,
by that fucking
pretty mostly. It's currently up to date. I think in the next like 10
Oh,
turns,
yeah.
I'm gonna start going into World War II ships.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, what?
They've still got the pre-dreadnoughts.
Well, they just got the
I guess
dreadnoughts.
it's
Yeah.
yeah.
So they're up to code at the moment.
Yeah. Now you just need more.
He's got a lot.
I've got a big navy actually now.
Yeah, he has a big navy now.
I've even got I've had proper dreadnoughts for a while now because I have some in the North Sea.
Egyptian purchased dreadnoughts.
Yeah, I bought some from Egypt. I was like, I want these up north, please. Thank you.
For a fucking Arctic fleet.
I guess just for parity, you'd need more, but I guess you don't need them since you're not really planning on fighting anyone important.
No one has a big Pacific fleet, like a big Pacific naval presence, and then his only serious naval partner is me in the Indian Ocean and stuff like that, and we have no hostilities, and he has a big enough fleet to patrol his coastline. Yeah, there's nothing that would drive him to a naval's arms race unless he wanted to have parity with me. And right now, my Far East fleet is pretty sad, because I've been wanting to upgrade it for a while, but I keep putting it off. I'm currently upgrading my Mediterranean fleet, and then after that, because of the realities of what's going on in Europe, I'm probably going to prioritize my Atlantic fleet, which is currently pretty pathetic. It's like 3 cruisers, a couple of escorts, and I think 2 dreadnoughts. I'm gonna pimp that out and make it a real fleet.
This man's gonna take the big train ride.
And then I'm gonna bump up my Far East fleet, make it better.
There they are.
Mecca is my main shipyard. Mecca has a huge industrial output, and I have a military academy in it, so it is my main shipyard. The big get shit done ism. There's so many paved roads like in core territory still.
You're just gonna have Sangju just pump out workers for the next like century. It's fine.
Yeah, you can pump out workers from there, and then you can work from Sangju outward in just like an auditing campaign to like readjusting improvements and shit like that.
I love it when there's the one straggler, man. He's like, wait!
Is he unmarried?
No, he was just... In the animation, he straggled behind. And I always find that hilarious. So, you fell behind. Your friends
If you're-
left you.
If you're gonna be a member of the polycool, you gotta keep up when we go on hikes, okay?
We were mentioning that earlier, Jordan, or Frankia.
I warred Frankia long ago. So long ago that Paris is now more my culture than French, and I don't even think it's visible on the bar graph.
I was gonna say, I don't think French exists as a culture anymore.
It probably does, but it's like single digits in percentage. deep minority.
We were once a proud people.
Hmm.
I feel like you killed them off so soon that they might not even be able to say that.
Amy. No.
They were being eaten by the Spaniards, and they were at war with like everyone who was around them. So I just reached in and took what I could.
France.
Then I just pushed in after.
France always suffers. Maliland was a Roman city. Or Frankie, it's like we win. God damn it!
It was deep channel lore. I wonder if they still exist, or if they're out there somewhere still begging someone to war Francia.
They died in a car accident.
No! I'm hungry.
No, you're not.
Breakfast popcorn wasn't super filling.
What?
You don't say.
Is breakfast popcorn just eating popcorn and fed for breakfast?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's what he did.
That doesn't sound particularly filling, no.
You forgot to put the milk in it.
It
You
usually
know,
keeps me.
that was a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was an
Popcorn
actual
cereal
thing
with
people
milk
ate for
and everything.
breakfast.
That was a thing, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
that's
that
the
was a Great
first. That's the
Depressionism.
first cereal is popcorn with milk. That's like the first like breakfast cereal.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it was a Great Depressionism, the popcorn
That-
with milk.
that sounds like one, yeah.
They also ate dandelions in the Great Depression. So
That's a Sicilian thing. That's not a Great Depression thing. That's a Sicilian thing. The dandelions thing.
Ugh,
Usually, popcorn will keep me full enough that I can wait until whatever I'm going to be doing for dinner to properly eat. But Haley's not getting back for like another 4 hours.
popcorn for any meal.
Popcorn was a
feels
common breakfast
so
dish in the
wrong.
19th century in America with milk and sweeteners like sugar and honey in a bowl. So 1800s.
Now, unsalted
You know what? Actually-
popcorn
Cereal.
with sugar and honey and milk, that does sound like it would slap.
So it's the first cereal. Yeah.
That might be something I would theoretically be willing to try.
Take some
maybe.
Would
popcorn,
have
drizzle
to
some
be.
honey on there, put some milk in it.
It would have
Yeah,
to be
that doesn't sound
unsalted.
bad. Well, yeah, or very, very lightly salted. You could do a little bit of salt with some honey, and that would go pretty well.
Yeah, I guess.
We've
I did
done
totally
it.
forget to say it. Good.
We have.
did.
All right.
We do this every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday.
We do.
Oh my gosh.
6 to 10 Central Standard Time.
Christian time.
Yeah. We do this. Jordan's gonna be playing something on Saturday. I think he called it Eurotrash. I don't know what that means.
Oh. Maybe that's the name of the game.
Eurotrash.
Eurotrash. Was that a Frankenhole? The Eurotrash?
No, that came from I think ants. Or
in my
it was
head,
these wasps.
in my head, I always think of Polidori saying that.
Yeah, he was talking like Polidori, I would say.
I love Polidori. But yeah, go watch Frankenhole.